Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Truth Tuesday. Welcome. Okay, a president who can't even fulfill the plans of getting our country safe from illegal aliens is running for office yet again. And now he's threatening to send all of the illegal aliens back home. And that's illegal, by the way. He can't do that without a trial for each one. And it's interesting to note that the people that are suffering at the border are suffering in a way that you have to characterize it as like concentration camp conditions. Human rights are being violated terribly. Down south of the border, near the border, people are coming in and they're automatically put in cages. We just read a testimonial from a woman who is working, who has a friend who's a volunteer at a facility, and she said that the conditions for families are atrocious. Now, Donald Trump has the audacity to run for re-election when he can't even solve the problems that he said he was going to solve when he originally ran for president. I would have built the wall by now. He hasn't even laid one mile of track of wall. It's ridiculous. Steve Bannon a couple weeks ago put up a mile with private funding within 1 week. Yet Trump is claiming he's the guy for 2020 when in fact he is a person who has literally stolen my ideas to get noticed in 2016 and now pretends like he's doing a good job when frankly he hasn't really successfully done anything good. The core elements of our economy are still struggling. Retail sectors are closing down left and right. People are still showing up homeless on the streets of America, and Trump has no solution for that. There are Democrats that don't want to solve the homelessness problem too. So both parties have become completely and utterly useless and defunct. And here we have this ridiculous campaign in Orlando where people are supposed to go and watch him live stream talk about the same crap he was talking about 2.5 years later. Now, I've already talked about a wall that I would build. The 1,000-mile fence, which is my idea, by the way, we could fashion with containers like this. Yeah. And it would be fantastic because we'd even provide housing for illegals in these containers if necessary. Okay, let's take a look at Joe Pesci's link. Let's see what you got. The Sandy Hook Massacre, the father of the victim has won a defamation lawsuit against Alex Jones. Oh, excuse me, against the authors of Nobody Died at Sandy Hook. Yeah, they're gonna try to put together damages. They claim that their son was defamed by this group of people. They claim that nobody died. Yeah, isn't that interesting? And without providing any evidence, they're able to get away with the defamation lawsuit because our entire justice system is apparently rigged. Wow, that's interesting. Did you hear about 16 tons of cocaine catch $1 billion in the street? Yeah, I'm sure. Cocaine seems to be pretty popular. I mean, look at all the people on cocaine. Trump just called me out by name. First he called out Sleepy Joe, then Sloppy Sponheim. No. You know, again, you guys, you really are doing a big disservice to me by claiming things that are not true. It's an effrontery to me to listen to people lie in our show because I don't lie. It's upsetting to me that you think it's okay to just warp statements and throw them out there thinking you're going to get a reaction. I don't build anything on a foundation of lies. And you think that's funny, it's not. If Trump talks about me, he'd be violating 4 or 5 of his protocols. Every one of his handlers would tell him, don't ever mention that guy. So don't think for a second he's ever going to mention me publicly. Thank you. But the reality is the speech that Trump is putting on is a question of how many lies could this guy spin without actually fulfilling any truth. Now, the stock market has a mind of its own. It's on a kind of a slow edge up, and the Dow Jones average went up significantly today. 353 point up to 226,465. on news that the Federal Reserve is going to have a meeting. I mean, that's all it takes to get the Dow to move up. So we'll see what's going to happen next, other than are they just setting us up for the big fall? It seems like the core systemic problems in our economy are very, very real. People are still struggling to find work, credible work that they can advance in. There's production problems. Our country still doesn't produce enough. And now with Trump's trade war with China, farmers are out $17 billion that the government has to fill in. So our government just lost $17 billion because of Trump's mouth and his anger at China. Now, what you're experiencing right now is a huge number of people around the world trying to get into our Vaughn show and unable to get in. Folks, I know that you're hitting the button refresh to try to get into the server. We've been trying to make open chat rooms for everybody. So I've actually constructed another one for all of you to get into. And that is the Twitch show. We just brought that back. And I'll bring you the link if you want to get it through Twitch. I think you have to sign up to Twitch to do it, but either way, it's still another venue for you to get into our show. Not enough opportunities for people to actually get into the show. That's the problem. Yeah. Let me move this out of the way. Okay. Cool Rock Party was the first name of our party. Back in 2005, we started this. And then by 2008, we got the feeling that people thought we were some sort of a joke because we wanted a cool rock party. And originally the idea was to cool the planet down because we still believe that there's a huge climate change problem. But unlike the Democrats, I don't believe it's you farting or animals you eat farting or your car polluting. Those are minor problems compared to the real problems, which I can only demonstrate by showing you a picture of what's happening. And that is chemtrails are being dumped on your head from canisters that are in planes like this. And this is what's causing climate change. And the Democrats refuse to acknowledge this. In fact, they're saying, why don't we spray the skies with chemicals to help divert the sun and make it cooler? Well, they've got all the facilities and equipment necessary to dump chemicals on your head, and they're doing it at a rapid rate around the world. I'm not making this up. So if you are one of those people that are becoming more and more aware of these things by simply looking up in the sky, everywhere I look now, I see chemtrails everywhere. My area of Washington has been heavily doused recently. And I notice that people are kind of in a numb state. They're like, hi. How are you? Now, I breathe mostly filtered air in my car. I have a HEPA filter, so I'm not really breathing the chemicals that you may be breathing when you walk outside. And I have filters in my home that I'm running, but this stuff is designed to dumb us down and make us listless and stupid. Yeah. So if you're wondering why everyone around you is kind of like out of it, that's the reason. Don't blame them. It's just the chemicals. Look at the oil patterns in this. Heavy metals, barium, aluminum, you name it, are being dumped in the skies above us. So that's the difference between me and the Democrats. I believe that climate change really is happening, and they're orchestrating it as rapidly as possible. They're also converting Walmarts and all your box stores. You'll notice that many of their floors the tiling is being pulled up. And the reason is the tiles are weapons. They could be weaponized. Yeah, so they're turning all of the box stores in America into polished concrete floors. I breathe pure air, yes. So what they're doing is they're creating FEMA camp style stores in every area of the country. So what they plan on doing is once everything's ready, they're going to initiate some sort of a major big event, kind of like the Trade Center, but worse. And what they'll do is they'll initiate like a pandemic, and they'll force everybody to leave their homes by court order, claiming that everyone needs to be inoculated. And this is the plan, ultimately, of getting all these stores to open their doors and then lock you inside. Yeah. Now, they have Walmarts with incinerators in them now. 5 major super Walmarts have been closed down and they turned them into incinerator systems. So they have places to burn people inside these things. Now, I can't give you video proof of this, but there's more than enough word of mouth proof that this is really going on. But worse than that, they're starting this military takeover at our immigration centers. And what they're doing is, instead of sending the immigrants to nice facilities that ICE has already set up with housing for families, they're sticking all the illegal immigrants that are coming into our country into cages initially, and then completely like isolated cold rooms with no bed, nothing, just concrete floors. And then they're starving them out. Now, on the upside, maybe they're just pissing people off so they won't come back to the country again. Maybe when they do release them, if Donald Trump plans on sending them home, they'll all have such a terrible experience they'll never come back again. If that's his intention, I can see the mindset of that, the mentality, the military mindset of that. But I don't believe that's what's happening. I believe that they're actually sending those people instead to military encampments so that there's nobody to look at their facilities, nobody to check for human rights abuses, and they're beginning to start up the machine of the final solution, the very same thing that Hitler used with the Jews. And you're going, wait a second, Donald Trump's not Hitler. Well, actually, he read Hitler's speeches when he was a kid, when he was younger, when he was living with Ivana. Ivana, the mother of Ivanka, said that he read Hitler's speeches every night before he went to sleep. Now, with his reading ability at like 4th grade, he was able to muddle through Hitler's speeches. But bear in mind, Trump is just a puppet for the New World Order. He's just taking orders from the people that really want to get rid of all of us. Now, let me just lay it out for you straight up. Thank you. Let's see if anybody's come into our Twitch room. Yeah, we've had a few people come in. Thank you. Burp, welcome. Okay, so I'll leave that on the screen. This is our new room that you can get to if you're having problems. Now, inoculated, past tense, powers, yes. That's right. Inoculated produces immunity against disease in theory. Either way. I'm not going to comment about mindless trivia here. I've got big things to talk about. Yeah, they've requested 30,000 guillotines in Georgia. The state of Georgia happens to be also the state where the CDC is located. Maybe Atlanta wanted guillotines for some reason, 30,000 of them, I don't know. But that kind of fits into the pandemic theory, doesn't it? Now, expanding and extrapolating out from there, Donald Trump is merely the henchman for the New World Order that they can buy. They can own him because he's very greedy. And he can work for the oligarchs in Russia, or he can work for AIPAC or Henry Kissinger. It doesn't matter. He's going to work for somebody who's part of the New World Order. And their goal is to essentially depopulate the earth, because the truth is they don't need us anymore. Now, robots are getting much more sophisticated. A lot of products are already being made by automation and robotics. And in a matter of about 10 years, 80% of you earning $20,000 a year are going to lose your job. 30% of you who earn about $40,000 a year are going to lose your job. That's the statistic that we're looking at right now. They don't need humans anymore. Robots are far more efficient and they don't complain. And they can control their thoughts. So you see the appeal of robots over humans to the people with lots and lots of money, right? It's kind of a no-brainer. It's like, yeah, well, why wouldn't they want to just replace everybody with robots? From their perspective, it makes sense. We wouldn't want people, useless eaters, defecating everywhere. Right. So their goal is to weaken the nations that are currently big, strong nations by letting illegal immigrants come in and pour into their borders. Trump really doesn't want to fix the border wall. That's why he hasn't built anything in the past 2.5 years, really. He talked about it because it's an idea that has virality, and my idea is very strong. I mean, here's the border container fence. We came up with this year. A person in our room suggested, why don't we use containers? And I said, yeah, great idea. Let's do it. I was the one back in 2008 that suggested the 1,000 mile fence, the first person to do the measurement of how much we needed to cover. But this could easily be built in 6 months. But Trump is 2 years and 6 months into this, and he hasn't built anything. So I believe that what we're dealing with is a puppet for the New World Order that's saying these things to get votes, but in the end, he's just going to leave that border porous and open. And now illegals are causing such a problem that he's treating them like animals. That's what's happening. So we have a big problem on our hands. First the illegals, then the citizens. So we're next. Okay, just so you know, we're in their crosshairs. The American people are going to be rounded up like cattle and sent to these FEMA camps, over 804 of them in this country. And they're all set up, ready to go, with extermination centers really designed just to terminate people. Now, I brought up the subject a couple days ago about the FEMA barges. And when you Google FEMA barges, this comes up. A lot of these facilities exist. They're all over the ocean waves. This is a couple of samples of FEMA barges. Okay, well, they look innocent enough with their barbed wire, concertina wire on top, and no way out. These were used during hurricanes in Florida and in Texas. And the weird thing about these is nobody ever saw a videotape of anything inside. There's no videotape anywhere in the world of what they look like inside. Now, there's lots of them to choose from. So with all these barges out there that have been constructed, why is it there's not one single picture in the entire world of anybody who's taken an Instagram shot of what they look like inside? Floating prisons, right, exactly. Extermination centers. So if you think that your government cares about you and is looking out for your best interests, take that thought and flush it down the toilet, because it's not real, it's not true. Your government doesn't give a shit about the people of this country. If they did, we wouldn't have 100,000 homeless in every city in America right now. Who knows? They might even have an incinerator inside, or maybe they just flush them into the water once they who knows? They might have a big, huge one of these munchers that munch like a tree chipper. Just throw the people in the chipper, and then you got fish food. Who knows what's in these things? But there is not one picture of what's inside of these anywhere in the world. So you know it's top secret. You know that anybody who gets in there can't bring a camera. There's no Instagram. There's no Twitter. There's nothing. Once you get in there, you never get out. And the reason why no one talks about what's it like to be in the FEMA barges is because not one person has ever gotten out. You're right. No one should be homeless in a society that should have plenty of food. Now, when I grew up, they used to talk about how America was going to be automated by now, and all of us would have so much food we wouldn't even have to work. Seriously. I was told I wouldn't even have to work when I was a kid. Well, I don't work, so I guess I'm kind of fulfilling my life's dream. But the reality is I retired at a young age because I saved my money like no other. And I live very conservatively. So, yeah, Merkel, right. Yeah, Angela Merkel is feeling sick. There's a conspiracy theory that Angela Merkel is actually Hitler's daughter. Now, I asked myself, why is Angela Merkel the leader and chancellor of Germany for all these years? Is it her personality? Is she like really an incredibly personable person? Does she exude charisma? And the answer is no. She's Hitler's daughter. That's why she's in charge in Germany. That's hard for you to understand, I know, but here she is standing next to her father on the left. And here's a picture of her next to her grandmother, Clara, who was Hitler's mother. And you can see a striking resemblance between these two people. Angela Merkel was put in power. David, do you think friendship is overrated? I do, yes. It is. Angela Merkel's mother was Clara Hitler. Angela Merkel is Hitler's daughter. That's why she's been in power all these years. Now let's take a look at the story of fears of Merkel's health after she violently shakes while meeting a Ukrainian president. Now, I would have relinquished power if I were her, but she's, like Hitler, addicted to power, like her father. Nobody in the media will ever discuss this. Bear in mind, what you're hearing is fresh off the internet, and very few people would even broach the subject. So I have nothing stopping me from talking about Hitler being her father. She doesn't exude any personal characteristics of charisma, clarity of mind. Her democratically socialist ideas are actually seen by many Germans as anti-nationalist, and she's basically betraying the German people by allowing immigrants to just flood into the country. But in any event, let's take a look at her shakes. Okay, she definitely was violently shaking there. It may have been cold out there, but, you know, questions of her health. The 64-year-old politician later said she recovered from the sickly condition after drinking water. Maybe she drank some of that glyphosate Roundup water they're serving in Germany. It's common for a 64-year-old woman to start developing Parkinson's. That's not really the issue. The issue is, why is she still in power? That's really the question. She offers Germany nothing. Nothing. Yet no one can really stand up against her politically. It's almost like they control that country the way Vladimir Putin controls his country. Yeah. Thank you. Did the U.S. government purchase 30,000? No. The state of Georgia did. That's right. Yeah, the state of Georgia purchased 30,000. Yeah, they didn't route it through the federal government. They routed it through the state of Georgia. Get your facts straight. Pingly wiggle. Yeah, Snopes is not a place to get information. The people that run Snopes are the most non-credible people out there. I mean, seriously, if you're turning to Snopes for validation on any, Snopes said that Barack Obama was born in Honolulu. They said that Michelle Obama was not a transgender. Yeah, let me tell you a little bit about Snopes. In fact, let somebody else tell you a little bit about Snopes, real quick. Won't take long.
Snopes.com founder accused of using company funds to pay for prostitutes. Hello everyone, Jen here, Golden State Times, and today we have a news story. This one comes courtesy of the Daily Mail, and it says, exclusive, Facebook fact checker who will arbitrate on fake news is accused of defrauding website to pay for prostitutes, and its staff includes an escort porn star and a vice vixen dom. Facebook has announced plans to check for fake news using a series of organizations to assess whether the stories are true. One of them is a website called Snopes.com, which claims to be one of the web's essential resources on that matter. It was founded by husband and wife Barbara and David Mickelson, who used a letterhead claiming that they were a non-existent society to start their research. Now that they are divorced, with Barbara claiming in legal documents he embezzled $98,000 of company money and spent it on himself and prostitutes.
Follow the money, man. Somebody said, so Snopes is invalid, yet 153 News is the gospel truth? No, Snopes makes lots of money. Follow the money. Just follow the money, dude. Don't you know that money controls every message out there? If you want to seek the truth, dissect it from the money. Anything with money attached to it cannot possibly guarantee the truth. But when you get a group of people like the people at 153news.net who are driven by principle, and these people are Christian, albeit driven by principle, they are not in it for the money. Those people are legit. They are, and they're trying to fight the true fight against censorship by YouTube. And I respect their efforts, I do. I'm not here to make an endorsement of religion. I'm just saying they are really not in it for the money. So just always run that litmus test of, do they make money doing it? Then there's a reason why they would lie. No, if you don't talk about money and credibility at the same time, you're really on the wrong page. Snopes is not credible. They're too lubed up with money. I mean, like I said, if you bought $98,000 of prostitutes, that's not a person who's going to give you a credible answer on any fact check. No, Boris Johnson, he and I don't look like each other. They say he could be the next. Prime Minister. I'm going to put my vote for Nigel Farage, but Nigel Farage comes off as like a kind of a clown. Whereas I think that Boris is a little bit more of a man's man. And aside from the fact that he does look a little like me, I'll admit that, he is the one guy that's going to have to develop the austerity plan that they'll call Brexit. So I can see a similarity in our faces, sure. Yeah, but my eyes are farther apart than his. He has more of the beady rodent-looking eyes. And he has that unique hooked nose, the Shylock nose. Big difference. Any other questions? Trump vows to deport millions of migrants, but it's unclear how. He doesn't even know the laws that are requiring us to give trials to every single person that enters this country. Let's take a look at the vows that he's making. I'm going to, frankly, at this point, if he wants to deport all the millions of people that he's got currently locked up in cages, including children, Donald, if you're listening, just deport them. They'd be better off than in a FEMA camp. I mean, the amount of physical human rights abuses that are going on against illegals right now is so horrific. We're no better than the Nazi concentration camps when you go down and look at the real problem down there. We read a tweet from a person that talked about how bad it was. And last night's show had a full detail of the tweet if you want to go back to it. It's scary. It's scary. Children are being treated like animals. They don't even call them people when they get there. They call them bodies. They have dehumanized everybody that's in these immigration centers, and now they're putting them in military-style centers so no one can actually see them. You probably all know about,
Yes, get out.
the cops that were mistreating a person outside of a dollar store. A woman, a little girl got a doll, and the cops held guns on their parents. Trump tweeted Monday night the Immigration and Customs Enforcement agencies will begin deporting millions of illegal aliens who have illicitly found their way to the United States as fast as they come in. Before leaving the White House for his campaign rally in Orlando, he was asking about reports citing ICE officials who said they were unaware of any plans to swiftly ramp up deportations. He just said it. He's going to deport all of them. That's all he does. Is he talks off the top of his head all the time. No, Donald Trump has Russian candy that's been given to him by the people that pay him lots and lots of money. We have tweets from people saying, thanks, Mark, for doing such a great job censoring Dave. It's unbelievable. But anyway, Donald Trump is talking through his butt. He might as well just be farting orders, because that's basically what's going on. They're facing deportation orders, but they remain at large. He doesn't even know what he's doing. If ICE conducted mass roundups and arrests, the effort may give Trump political bragging rights on an issue critical to many of the voters who put him in office. See, they want a practical solution. They wanted a border fence. It's my idea he stole to get elected in 2016. The 1,000-mile fence was my idea. He hasn't implemented it yet, so consequently we've got these massive collections of illegal immigrants that are being treated like dogs or worse. But frankly, I would welcome it if he could deport these people, because they are being mistreated by our own people that he's hired at the border. My heart goes out to all these illegal immigrants that are being torn apart from their family. Their kids are being taken away. They aren't even categorizing who the children are and labeling and giving them wristbands and telling them who they are and their parents. There's nothing going on. Hitler had more organization with the Jews in the concentration camps than Trump's had with the illegal immigrants at the border. I don't know how any of you can wake up in the morning and call yourself American and stand there and say that you support Trump, when he's treating people like dogs. And he isn't solving homelessness, and neither are the Democrats. And the environment is just in terrible situation. We've got St. Louis underground radiation burning through a dump that's got a fire underground, and no one's talking about it. We've got Flint, Michigan water that's still undrinkable. You can't even wash your clothes in them. You can't even take a shower in the water. It's so toxic. Nothing's being done about that. I mean, this is a disaster. And if you stand there and say you support Trump, you might as well just support Satan and head right on into the bowels of hell, where you will be joining all of your other compatriots as you witness Satan laughing at your stupidity.
And they close the book up and they take this before the throne of God. Now, when I was down there, I saw a vat of fire, huge vat of fire with liquid boiling hot lava and God's eternal judgment.
Yep, okay. So that's what you're waiting. All you Trump supporters are going to be waiting for Satan, who will be welcoming you with open arms into hell forever and ever, because you don't care about people. There's a gathering at the Bohemian Grove every year among super rich people. And they have a crisis, they have a cremation of care ritual where they try to burn any sense of care. So if you have any care in your heart, they'll burn it out of your heart and they'll turn you into a zombie who supports Lucifer. I'm not making this up. I wish I was. Is your stream down? Is video on for you? Because Pennsyltucky Ducky can't even get our show. I don't mean to scare you. I'm just saying, if you guys still support Trump, you might as well just consign your soul to Satan. Well, he may think that the opposite is true. He may think that, according to his spiritual advisor, there's demonic networks have aligned themselves against the president. But when you look a little deeper, you find out that Donald Trump studied under a man named Norman Vincent Peale. That's where he went to church. at a Presbyterian church run by Norman Vincent Peale. Norman Vincent Peale was a 33rd degree Mason who is, by all intents and purposes, a Satanist. So Donald Trump's big pastor that he studied under, this unrepentant pastor he studied under, was a Satanist, a Luciferian. Yeah. So I think you have to understand what we're dealing with here. People that were consigning their soul to Satan oftentimes care only about money. That would fit Donald to a T. He even called himself the king of debt. So if you put yourself in a position where you actually think Donald Trump is going to help you because he's rich, he isn't rich. By all standards, Donald Trump is low on the totem pole. He's really not that rich. Vladimir Putin has, 80 billion to 200 billion estimates in terms of money. And last night we did a pretty good reveal of the potential reality that Donald Trump may very well be a... hang on. Putin may very well be an imposter. This is a picture of Putin. I played this last night. This is a picture of Putin before 2007, and this is a picture after 2007. And the video I'm going to play a portion of right now, I played it last night, shows a trial that was held for the real Putin. Original footage is 50
Нам
seconds.
стало известно, что буквально 3 часа назад бывшего премьер-министра под конвоем доставили в Хамовнический суд. Пресс-секретарь судьи Виктора Данилкина немного
Now, they called him the former prime minister at this point, and they had arrested him in 2007.
прояснил ситуацию, сообщив, что сегодня началось чтение приговора. Пока зачитана только вводная часть обоснований 6 и 7 статей, по которым обвиняется
This is
бывший
Putin in a
премьер-министр. В процессе
cage.
чтения приговора прозвучали такие пункты обвинения, как хищение государственного имущества в особо крупных масштабах, финансовые махинации и превышение должностных полномочий. Завтра будет чтение обоснований по основному пункту обвинения. Бывший премьер обвиняется по статье 205 Уголовного кодекса как лицо, участвовавшее в подготовке акта терроризма с целью устрашения населения и оказания воздействия на органы действующей власти.
So he said his name was Putin, Vladimir Vladimirovich, and the guy looks just like him. So you got to wonder, what's going on? Did they replace Putin with an oligarch's perfect puppet? The answer is probably so. They got rid of the real Putin back when he was prime minister, and they reinstalled this guy as president because Medvedev didn't have the, I guess the control that Putin exuded over the country. So now Russia is wondering, gee, is Putin an imposter? Many people are wondering. I mean, we even wonder if Donald Trump has an imposter at Body Double. We saw one last week in Virginia, right before he went to the UK, Trump did. All I can say is it's irrelevant whether Putin is real or an imposter at this point. We're still dealing with the Russian containment or control of our election. And that's a big problem. Okay. Let's go to this footage of a encounter in front of a dollar store with cops that are just ready to fire on innocent people. And this gives you an idea of where our country's police farce is at.
Police?
Yeah.
You're gonna fucking get shot! Get your fucking hands off! Get out the fucking car! Get out the
fucking car right now. Yes, get out now. Get out the fucking car.
Fucking hear it? Get out of the fucking car.
Recording?
Yeah, I'm recording it.
Put your hands up. I don't give a shit. Put your hands up. Hands up.
This is not a training video, dude. These people were doing a little shoplifting at the dollar store. And this is how they were treated with their kid. They went after these people over a dollar doll.
Hey, sit, break your feet. When I tell you to do something, you fucking do it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just on the side.
I can't stop anything in the video, but I can tell you our police officers are
Not
not.
complying with me.
Yes, I am.
When I tell you to do something, you fucking do it.
I am. I'm complying with everything, sir.
Okay, right now, shut your mouth.
Now, Ace Spade says they're resisting arrest and shoplifting, so F them. So you think it's okay to use deadly force on somebody who steals a dollar doll? Their kid picks up a dollar doll from the dollar store. You think it's okay to use deadly force? Don't tell that to the Walmart in my area, please. I walked into the Walmart one night at like 11 o'clock and I saw some guy walk right out the door with a whole bunch of merchandise. And I turned to the security guard and I said, "What's going on? Why don't you arrest this guy?" "We're not supposed to." "What?" "We don't arrest shoplifters here, sir." "What?" "Yeah. In my area, they gave up arresting shoplifters. It's too much of a problem to call the police down. It uses police resources." "No, it was the security guard." He says, "Yeah, we don't arrest them here." You know, like Best Buy, when you walk into Best Buy and you're always seeing a guy sitting at the door, he never checks receipts. Ever. Now, granted, they've got magnetic scanners and all this to, you know, if it isn't pulled off a package, it'll go off. But I asked the security guard or the guy at the door at the Best Buy, "How come you never stop anybody with ask for the receipt?" It's their policy not to bother people. We don't want bad we don't want anyone to feel weird. You go to Costco, they check your receipt and they look it over and they go like that and they swipe it. Anybody could easily hide, like, you know, watches in there. No one would even know. So they don't even check anything. It's like they just cursory scan it. So it's like it's all a pretense of wanting to prevent shoplifting. But the reason why retail stores mark up the price of things so high, and this is the truth, is because they are absorbing the cost of shoplifters. When you pay extra at a box store, it's because they are absorbing the cost of shoplifters. There really is no barrier against shoplifting in America. So you get a bunch of pumped up cops that pick on a guy who steals a dollar item at the dollar store. It's ridiculous. I'm not encouraging people to shoplift. I'm just saying occasionally you'll get some cops on some seriously bad acid, and that's what happens. Apparently they got into a bad batch of MDM or something. I never shoplift in my entire life. I don't approve of stealing. I'm a good guy. But these people who do shoplift, it's just unbelievable what they're able to get in my area. Back when our state allowed liquor to be sold, Washington State got rid of their state liquor stores. And that was $100 million revenue that they were making. The state just cut it off. And they put out election after election until finally people said, "No, I want to buy my liquor at the stores." So now every single store, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Safeway, they all sell liquor. I mean, hardcore 40 proof, 60 proof, whatever, liquor. Well, the initial sales were so poor, they were wondering why. They did an analysis. They found out that people were stealing over 1,000 bottles a day from stores in Washington State. They would just walk in and put it under their... So now they use better magnetic scanners for the tops of these things and whatever. But I would be a far better president. I know, Berenstein. I have a much more amiable personality, and even when I get upset, I'm more than willing to apologize and work things out. I recognize when I get a little bit too hot under the collar, and I know when to pull back. I do. But I can tell you my passion is driven by the fact that I don't believe fairness is going on in our country. I don't believe we have a justice system. I think we have a bunch of corrupt people who want to sit there in positions of power and make decisions over all of us. Thank you. So, I am trying to help you, guide you through this tough time with some good, solid information about where the world is at right now, but it's not what we think it is. The truth of the matter is, things are not what they seem. The cops shot that guy in the wheelchair in the head. David, remember that? Oh, I remember that. Yep, they shot a guy in a wheelchair. He was just sitting there. He hadn't hurt anybody. The cops are absolutely the most brutal I've ever seen in America now. Chat pause due to scroll. What does that mean? When they pause chat due to scroll. I've got 10 people over there, and my chat is paused due to scroll. Okay. At least Satanism is honest about themselves. Oh, you're supporting Satanism. Oh, wow. So you're honestly supporting Satanism. Well, that's a start. Thanks for coming in, guys. I don't know what Coons... What are you saying? KEW. What is that? Dr. Ping Mem? I don't know what you're referring to. They are censoring me, yeah. They shot a homeless guy. They brought who bought a hammer at Home Depot. They accused him of theft. He had bought it to fix his cart. So he bought a hammer, and they accused him of stealing the hammer, and then they shot him. Wow. Welcome. Yeah, and anybody watching on UHF, you're getting the best deal ever. I'm reading the chat over at Twitch, Eves. Yes. You know Mark's friend, Justin, he started Twitch. Yeah, I'm reading the competitors chat. We had our site brought back out because they had to pull their terms of service claiming that anyone who sounds homophobic is kicked out because it was completely a violation of freedom of speech. And I even said I would be getting the ACLU on their ass if they keep it up, and they finally let me get back in. Hey, Akira. You're in a severe state of depression? What happened, man? Wow. I'm sorry to hear that, Akira. No, I don't think 50% of the nation is Satanistic. I think there's like 75,000 registered Satanists in Detroit alone. There was a time when the FBI had a guy who said that there is no cultic activity in America. Oh, you got through watching the Trump rally? Oh, you just put yourself through hell watching the Trump rally. I'm sorry you even did that. No, I believe that there's a lot of people who are evil in our country. And they become evil because they don't believe that they're getting a good deal in life. They think they got the short end of the stick, and that's why they hate people. They are willing to consign their soul to Satan. Trump mentioned Mark at the rally. Are you serious, Nard? Or are you just making that up? Because we know that Trump has been funneling money into Mark's hands. Somehow, some way. We just don't know exactly. I think that, didn't Trump give Mark a car, like I believe it was yeah, he gave him a car, right? Okay, my Twitch link is here. No, I'm not jealous of your CBD, you're gonna have to spell it right, CBD discount. I'm glad you got it. Someone else in chat noticed Trump brought up Mark. Are you serious? He brought up Mark? Then we know Trump's funneling money into Mark's hands to stop me. Wow. Okay, well, I'll have to confirm that, but that does add credence to the theory that Mark is being paid by a Trump support, some sort of Trump-Russian ally. No, I won't be doing a guest appearance at your grand opening of Supercuts. I don't have anyone touch my hair except for me. I use a very advanced form of technology called a scissor. It's very special. It's a cutting tool. You've probably seen it. Okay. I want to thank Mark Vaughn for helping me censor Dave. David, I don't want to mention his last name because then you'll know that he's the guy I stole all those ideas from in the 2016 election. City of Secrets. Estimated 10,000 people in D.C. are spies. Hey. Hey, you made it.
I brought you a free gift.
Oh, a free gift. Wow.
I'll have to go find it.
Okay, I'll look for
In
it.
the front door.
Great.
It's not hidden. It's not a scavenger hunt.
Okay. I have something to show you. City of Secrets. An estimated 10,000 people in D.C. are spies. No, I don't need CBD oil on my face, but that's an idea. Yeah, so when you go to D.C., you don't know who you're talking to. They could be Russian, Chinese agents. They could be running a stingray operation where they gather Donald Trump's Wi-Fi signal. As you know, Donald Trump has a cell phone, and the NSA doesn't even know what he does on it, who he talks to on it. But the Russians and Chinese run stingray operations in cars where they pick up his cell phone transmission, and they pretend like they are his hotspot. So Donald Trump, while he's dialing, Vladimir Putin, oh, I'm going to dial Vladimir Putin. Hello, Vladimir, are you there? The Russians and the Chinese are listening in on that conversation. Our own NSA has no clue as to what Donald Trump is saying to Vladimir Putin.
But the Chinese and...
They do. They know. So that's amazing. 10,000 spies walking the streets of D.C. Fascinating. The quiet rumble of transit begins beneath the city and the streets and the metro. Hour by hour, the city of 700,000 swells to more than 1 million. Waves of civil servants, military, and law enforcement officers flowing into jobs. But according to the International Spy Museum in D.C., an educational and historical center of U.S. intelligence documentation and artifacts, there are more than 10,000 spies in D.C. While there may be quibbling about the actual numbers, the FBI agrees with the premise. Well, yeah, they should agree with something. So Sarah's going to take over the show as I go make a little something.
Oh, I keep forgetting the peas.
No, I forgot some extra ones. I'm good. Now, truly, Trump has never mentioned my name, so don't make up stories about him mentioning my name unless you have proof. All right, thank you. I have no idea what you're saying, Review 5. Ace Spade, you're making a story that isn't proven. Yeah. You have to prove statements you make here. This is Truth Tuesday. Okay, so Sarah is going to take over. Thanks for coming in and giving me a break.
Hi, Eves and McDundee and... Oh, there was someone else that I was going to say hi to that said hi to me. Hello, everybody. All right, I am here. I had a good day. Last day of composting for the school year.
Oh, good.
Last day of recycling for the school year. I'm a green.
You're green certified?
Oh, and I've got a silver certification from Washington Green Schools. I say his name properly, Eves.
Oh, I call it Eves. The Y and the V are silent. Yes. Are you Spanish, Eves? Because you're not pronouncing your own name correctly. I'll take that coffee.
Yes, sir. I was going to say. I'm sorry. I'm going to call you David. David. No. David. You're not pronouncing your name properly. I'm going to call you David. Oh, Zellfire, that's who I was going to say hi to. Hi, Zellfire. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, or McDundee in a while. I am not a bot. Maybe someday I will be, but right now I am not. David. Yeah, I could call him David. Or divide. Divide. Like divide. David. "75 minutes and Venezuela is still resisting." What are they resisting, McDundee, this time? Oh. Oh. And a football game. Okay. Davide. Can I give you a mini view of my morning routine in the kitchen? Should I say the morning routine, like waking up and everything? Oh, in RRT. Is the scissor fight at Twitch the same scissor fight at iVlog or no? Oh, NRT is, I remember NRT's name somewhere. An Excessive Madman is over at Twitch. Okay, in the morning I wake up and I try to move my feet back and forth to get, like, to stretch out my calf muscle right here. So forward and back. Okay, in bed before I get out of bed. Then I get out of bed, do my business. I go and get dressed. No, I would never do that, Ace Spade. I go and usually I like to pour myself a... Lately, I've been eating a slice of pineapple. I've been slicing off fresh pineapple in my refrigerator, and I've been eating that for breakfast. But when pineapple is not in season, then I have a bowl of cereal in the kitchen. After I get dressed, I go take the pineapple out of the fridge and slice it off and slice it, prep it, start eating it. And I used to drink water before I ate my pineapple. I drink water and like get my makeup done. But as you can tell, I've decided I'm beautiful and I don't necessarily need makeup. So I haven't been doing makeup. But my cereal has been Annie's fruit berries. Annie's organic fruit berries. You freeze pineapple chunks to put into a Ninja to make smoothies. I tried freezing pineapple chunks the other day because I felt like my pineapple was going to go bad. And when I froze it, it like turned into this solid mash and it was very difficult to break apart. So I don't know, do you have like wax paper that you freeze it in so it's easier to break apart? Because otherwise all the pineapple juice, it just freezes together. You freeze it in an ice cube tray. Oh, you put them in Ziploc bags? Yeah, I don't like using too much plastic. But anyway, it worked out. I just got an ice pick out and got it out. Well, not quite, but yes, pretty much. Then, it was really refreshing to just eat the frozen pineapple though. Oh, while I'm eating my cereal or my pineapple, I'm usually making my lunch, which today's lunch was so-so, but usually it's like a leftover pasta dish from whatever David cooks up. And then some carrots and peas usually. I put that in my lunchbox and finish eating my lunch, go brush my teeth. do anything with my hair if I need to. And I'm ready to go. That's pretty much my morning routine. No, I don't use Listerine to gargle with, no. Do I usually eat the same thing as lunch as dinner? No. Well, yeah, sometimes. I mean, when David makes these mega batches of pasta, I usually eat those. I don't really prefer that. I prefer, like the lunch I made today, I took like a hunk of liverwurst, a hunk of cheese, some hunks of pineapple, and a like a container of mixed fruit, and that was like my lunch today. And then I just grabbed some chocolate milk at school. No, I have 1.5 more days. I like hunks, yeah. A hunk of this, a hunk of that. Asiago cheese, yeah, it's alright. Today I had Gouda cheese. I like that. I also like brie cheese. I do not like Swiss cheese. I do not like bologna. Are David and I going to do anything for the 4th? Yeah, it all depends on where we're at. But probably. You developed a taste for goat cheese. I like most cheeses. Okay, Derping Meme says, in your opinion, America is being weakened by the Cunes, and we need to reform our political system as a result. Go David. Okay, that sounds good. Pop firecrackers, go to the beach. Yeah, that would be good. David's not a big firecracker person, but yeah, maybe go to the beach. We'll see. I don't like salami. I don't like peppercorns. I do like pepperoncini peppers. I like pepperoni on a pizza, but I wouldn't eat pepperoni not on a pizza. You've never tasted liverwurst? You might not like it. I like it, but I like Vienna sausages, so. Or pate. Anyway. It's funny, I like liverwurst, but I don't like bologna. I have, in fact, made a homemade rocket or 30. Well, I bought a kit and we launched, actually I didn't buy it, a local dentist a couple years ago was teaching 5th grade, and he sponsored the entire 5th grade class to do rockets, launch rockets. It was very cool. Yeah, they did love it. It was very cool. You made one, and when you launched it, it flew up 3 feet and made a beeline to the back of a taxi cab. Wow. Now these were quite the launch. We brought out the whole school and launched them, and then I taught a different grade, not 5th. I wasn't 5th grade anymore, and they still launched them. And they were, I want to say they launched them like 25 feet in the air. I actually had to call the local, the Navy. We have a Navy base and also like airport nearby, so they called both of those to let them know that they were launching them. Make sure they didn't interfere with any low-lying aircraft. My goodness, your rocket flew inside a cab and set everything on fire. Wow. Today a child overcooked popcorn in the microwave. Took it outside, and then it was like smoking. I'm like, oh, is it gonna like catch on fire? But anyway, it just settle down. Good evening, Gus. Gus, $500,000 to be a legal immigrant of the USA, or at least to have that much money in your bank account. Oh, you made a gunpowder rocket and you got spanked for it? Yeah. Oh, it was a 2-stage gunpowder rocket? Wow. No. Trump's biggest impediment to winning in 2020, his personality. I don't know that many on the keto diet. A few, I guess. Or no, paleo, not keto. I always advise people to at least eat some kind of vegetables or, you know, fruit if they're on the keto diet or Atkins, but they don't because it's like no sugar and, oh, it's just weird. I don't trust the keto diet. I don't believe that you should put your body into a state of ketosis. I really don't believe that. I ate a sandwich yesterday, but for the most, and David's wonderful constant pasta dishes, but for the most part, I try to avoid bread and pasta, except pizza too. I love pizza. Anyway, long story short, I don't think that going on a full keto diet is good for your body. That's my personal belief. Yeah, I know they do that, Gus. I think it's just, ugh, gross. Yeah, nachos in a bowl. Yeah, if you avoid everything white except for egg whites, that's actually really good diet. Like, eat dark grain bread, whole grain bread if you're gonna eat bread. Avoid pasta because it's white. Avoid white rice, instead eat brown rice. Yeah, that's a really, if you just do that, it's really good. Don't do milk or ice cream, but I love my milk. Anyway. I just say, oh, I'll make it chocolate milk instead. Yeah, I've heard that about that keto diet. They eat like Reese bacon and they're like, I can eat all the bacon I want. I can eat all the meat I want. You're starting to like Ivory soap, but you don't like Ivory soap. Do you like Irish Spring soap? Yeah. Almond milk is good. That's true. Sure, we can share some ideas. Keto diets, it's also called the Atkins diet. No, it's not Atkins, is it? Yeah, I think it is Atkins. After a guy named Dr. Atkins, I think. Anyway, it's like all meats, no carbs whatsoever, no carbohydrates at all. You can eat all the fat that you want and all the meat that you want, but you can't eat any carbohydrates. I don't know if you're allowed to eat salad. And it's just weird, in my opinion. their goal in the keto diet or Atkins diet is to put your body into a state of ketosis, they call it, because it's like, and ketosis is a state that some alcoholics get into. Anyway, your body, like, they think will process better when it's that, but I really don't think it's a balanced diet, and I think it's really not good. An Apple Lose It app is a great tool. Lose it, like lose weight. Clay Atkins. Maybe. I do think one diet that I've seen some friends do, which is interesting, but they don't, I don't know, is they do what's called the Whole30 diet, which is they go off of almost everything. And then after 30 days, they slowly start integrating things back in. But the big thing that they go off of, which I've never been able, I haven't done, because I've never, I did a little bit of it last summer, but it's, they go off of sugar and carbohydrates and lots of other things too. And it's really, like, they say if you think you might be allergic to certain foods, it's a good diet to go and do that. But and the Whole30 is like, really, you eat like whole foods, like you don't eat white potatoes, but you can eat sweet potatoes and yams. You don't eat any milk products at all, no cheese, no yogurt, no milk. You can do almond, you can do nuts, I suppose. No sugar of any kind. The milk thing is like, if that Whole30, I think their thing about no milk, because their diet is really like, maybe you're allergic to certain things, and their diet is like bring you down to like basic whole foods. So it's like, it is like lots of salad. You can eat all the salad that you want, all the fruits that you can want, all the meats that you want, and basically no processed foods, and no sugar, and sugar is processed, and milk is like, comes from an, it's you might be allergic, or it's, fattening, I don't know. You can have honey, I think, and dates and maple syrup, I think, but maybe not. Maybe you're off of all sugar. And it just makes you more aware of like how sugar is in so many things. Max Out Credit says, how about the hospital bland diet? Just go to the hospital, eat there for a week, and you lose 35 pounds. You eat so much salad, you're going to be called baby bunnies. Oh, that's funny. I have so much salad in my garden growing right now. It's just like, I told people, come, get it. Leave one of each lettuce for going to seed, but come and harvest as much as you want. Yeah, that's the thing. I do eat all of those fruits. They say, though, on the whole food diet, you can eat all of those fruits as long as there's not added sugar. Like, you can eat pineapple and bananas and just like all the fruit sugar, but not processed white sugar. That's cool, Volbug Man. I've never seen it really. After your infection, you were only on baby food for 6 months. It was terrible. Wow. Yeah, getting off of milk and dairy is a huge change. That's why I never really went on the whole food diet thing. True Blue, you say fruit juices are the worst? They're diet killers? I think it's better to have fruit, whole fruits, than... I mean, often juices will have added sugars. They'll claim that they're juices. Fruit juice sugars are horrible. Why? You used to dream of... Oh, wow. Used to dream of lasagna and barbecue. It took over 2 years to get to solid foods from your... Wow. From your infections. Fruit is better than cakes and cookies, and often if you eat the fruit and not, I'm not talking about fruit juice, but the fruit, there is fiber in it. Yeah, 2,000 calories they say is what we're supposed to eat. But so many people eat so much more. I don't know the best kind of powder for muscles and protein. Maybe whey powder because it's made out of milk. I don't know. But I would say you definitely want calcium to build your bones for your muscles. Okay, don't worry, be happy. Okay, then I agree with you, True Blue. Yes, don't do liquid fruit juice, just eat the fruit. I have seen it, oh, Budman, but I haven't, I mean, I've seen maybe one episode, or I've seen advertisements about that Andrew Zimmerman diet show, or the Strange Foods, but I haven't watched too many of them. Olive oil is good fat. Avocado oil is good fat. Fish oil probably would be good fat. There is a Mediterranean diet, which is a lot of olive oil. Oh, true, true, true. Don't worry, be happy. Oh, flaxseed oil, that's good too, yeah. You say coconut oil is best? I'm not so sold on coconut oil. Like, it's weird, because coconut oil, I did some science experiments with coconut oil this year. It's like solid at room temperature. Your body warms it up to a liquid at your body temperature, and then it becomes solid again. Or it's solid at room temperature. It's just a little strange. Smells good, but I don't know. Yeah, garlic and olive oil is good. Okay, maybe it is like butter. I don't think of butter as like solid at room temperature though. Oh really, Ace Babe? Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. For a substitute to dairy cream for your coffee, use organic coconut powder. Delicious and healthy. Chocolate and cinnamon are the best antioxidant. I like that. Okay. Oh, wait. You're going to test the Cash Dog tomorrow with the kids. Oh, the ketchup injected hot dogs is your Cash Dog. Ketchup dog, Cash Dog. I like it. Yeah, that'll be good. Hello, I'm doing well. How long has it been? You have coconut milk in your cabinet you can't eat anymore? And you found out you're allergic to nuts because you used coconut oil and your hair fell out. Do you want me to come and pick up all your coconut milk? Good night, maxed out credit. Were you pregnant or what was keeping you busy? I don't have a son, Adam, but David is the person on the show with me. Yes, gotta protect your telomeres. Yes, true, Oval Bug Man. What about olive leaf extract? Man, that does not taste good. Thanks, Rembrandt. I don't know how that works. Yes, I have heard of the 635 other people that are running in 2020. All right, I'll have to get... Oh, I do know what telomeres are. They're really good. Thanks. Thank you, that one guest. I appreciate you. Why? Why specifically do you love him? If you do love him, you might have actually liked an idea David had. I don't love him. I mean, I love David, but I really don't like Trump. I'm happy to see you too. Don't worry, be happy. Nope, I'm never going to do that. I'll never tell David I want him to stop this show. He loves doing this show. You may get olive leaf extract caps for immune system, shortens colds, not olive oil extract. Yes, I have olive leaf extract. I have a liquid version and I use it. David is not my imaginary friend. He is a gentleman that's running for president of the United States of America, and you will get to meet him very soon. And I'm sorry if it seems like I'm talking to other people, because I'm broadcasting not only here, but I'm also broadcasting in other places as well. I'm broadcasting on Twitch, iVlog, Vaughn Live, and Periscope. His babysitter? Wait, what? No, that never happened, Adam. Did you? There is a chance. Yes, globally broadcasting. there may be a third-party debate. Yes, David does believe in the Truth Project, the Disclosure Project, disclosing the truth about UFOs. You saw what you saw. How's the school stuff going? No. That's just so bizarre that you would ask that question. But school is actually going really well. I'm growing gardens, and that's my big thing now, is growing gardens at the school, composting, saving the planet. Little by little. I'm a big environmentalist, so it's fun. Oh. Bye, my cat Fluffy. Yeah, we've seen, that's pretty interesting. 1994, the UFOs in the sea. I've heard that happened, there's similar accounts up here in the Puget Sound. Yeah, save the earth, hug a worm, or at least feed the worm some food scraps. Then your food scraps don't end up going in the garbage can. They go to feed worms, which makes more soil, which then the soil has lots of great nutrients that you can grow great food or beautiful flowers. And either way, you're sequestering carbon with your plants that you grow. And yeah, so that's what I'm all about. Well, I would say one thing that we really, I mean, I understand your point of view. Our recycling issue, I still recycle big time, but it's actually goes beyond that for me. It's they say reduce, reuse, recycle, but really it starts with a thing called that we need to add, which is refuse. And then there's also other things I've heard, like which is renew and restore, like replant. But really it goes back to refuse. And you should, whenever you go to a grocery store, you should refuse to buy something in the, you should refuse to buy something due to its packaging in the first place. It will be your things to deal with in the future. You say it's not your thing to deal with because future generations also throw it away, but you don't have to add on to it. David does not eat 5-pound buckets of ice cream anymore. Well, one of the things is we used to be sending our recycling to China, and China is not accepting our recycling. One, because it's just piling up, and because people would not actually recycle properly, and they got contamination, and they're like, we're not dealing with this. They would put their garbage in their recycling. They're like, we wanted actually your recycling, not your garbage. And so if you're going to send us garbage, we're not going to recycle for you. Yes, True Blue, that is true. Hog Slammer says companies make tons of money recycling. Yeah. I think that we need to contact our manufacturers and say, hey, can you please stop packaging everything in plastic? I saw this really cool little lock that came inside of a package recently, and I was like, I love this. It was wrapped in tissue paper and then put in a box. And I was just like, all of that material was recyclable because it's all paper, or at the very least it's like biodegradable. It can degrade into soil. So I really love that. So this happened up here. I don't know how to go about that. I think it said it came up here. But then
Right.
that same person did this and this.
Well, yeah, they're just messing with us.
Yeah. So anyway,
We'll
I
look
think
at
it
that
goes
later.
up here.
We'll look at their donation system later. Yeah.
But I would really love for manufacturers to think about how they package things. If you're putting things in plastic that's only going to be like 10 seconds for someone to open your package, don't do that. If you really need it, take a picture. Picture can be printed on paper that can biodegrade, and then, and put it on a box, and there you go. Everything's biodegradable then.
I think that we could use a lot of like hemp itself. It can be strewn and turned into like a styrofoam-like material that could pack around packages. There's strewn hemp. I've seen it.
Yeah, that could be work too.
So that would be about. And hemp is the thing that the Envirolet uses. They chop up hemp really fine. Whenever you use an Envirolet, which is a composting toilet, hemp is the best thing for composting. They recommend it. In fact, that's in their package. You have like a $20 package of chopped hemp.
It was funny. Miss Anthropy says he was just thinking about how much he misses styrofoam. So cute.
Missing
This
styrofoam.
little,
Why?
anyway, this little student of mine, she's like,
Yeah.
or actually she's not my, anyway, she's like, what's that square thing? I was like, you want to look at it? Yes, I'm going to science it, she said.
Science it. Yeah, as a
I was
verb.
like, science it? What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna
going to study it and look at
Science
it.
it.
And,
But science can be used as a verb.
I know. I just
The
love
first
that.
thing- that
I
is
was
funny,
like,
yeah.
it's so cute. I'm going to science it. All right.
The left side is crawling off my head. What? No, my hair is great.
That's his natural hair.
It's the lighting.
Yeah,
yeah.
the lighting.
Yeah, you're just-
Okay, I'm going to
Great.
move.
Have a great break, Sarah. Enjoy. Take a break off your break after working all day.
Yeah. So what do you think?
Well, it has like an iPod insertion area.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Is that like, does it
Like
read?
you can plug in your iPod?
I don't see any plugs or ports. I see an 1/8" jack out, but I don't see any ports in. You're referring to this? Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to look at it.
Yeah, I don't see any ports in. That's the thing. This hair is kind of losing it. Yeah, hang on. I'll be right back. I got to take a hair break.
Okay, you want me to go back on the show?
No, I'm just going to give them a little video to take a look at. This is me back in, 2009, talking to the American people. But the same way I'm doing now, every day. No different.
Hi, I'm David John Sponheim. It's been about 100 days since Barack Obama took office as President of the United States. In that time period, he spent close to $3.2 trillion. Money we don't have. Money we won't even have in the next 10 years. And I'm beginning to think that he's not the guy for the job. And if you agree with me, and like many Democrats, I left the Democratic Party because Barack Obama didn't really come across as an honest person to me. So I suggest you vote for me in 2012 as an America's third party candidate and begin changing this government from the top down. Bring honesty back to America. Bring honesty back to politics. And that's what I think we can do. So join us and visit us every day at Blog TV. blogtv.com/people/America's Third Party. We're on every day trying to talk to you and trying to find out how you feel about this country. We're walking along the beach here in Washington, and it's so beautiful. And like I said, this is the environment we want to protect all around the country. But the problem is, we've got a president named Barack Obama who spent the last 100 days spending money, money we don't have, money that our children and their children don't have. And we're wondering what the heck is going on. Well, I can tell you one thing. I can manage this country a lot better than Barack Obama. I'm David John Sponheim, and I think the key is to actually find the waste. Now, Barack Obama said he's going to find $2 trillion in waste. I want to see him find that waste before he starts spending our money. And I can guarantee you I could find that waste, and then I'll direct that money to jobs, green tech jobs. With a 6-week to 6-month training period, everybody could be working and getting a good job, good employment, good living wage. So let's get this country back on track. Let's get out of debt and improve our environment. That's what it's all about. Hi. You're probably wondering where our country's going. I know I am. It's going down the tubes. Our country is in bad shape, and we've got bad leadership right now. The American people chose a politician, not a leader, with Barack Obama. They chose a man that told them what they wanted to hear, not what they needed to hear, and not what we need to do. Barack Obama has no experience in business. He clearly is running this country into the ground, spending way too much money, $3.2 trillion within the first 100 days. That's a big mistake. I believe our country is in dire shape. I believe the economy is getting worse under Barack Obama, and these past 100 days have been the worst anyone could possibly have imagined. Barack Obama has spent close to $3.2 trillion.
Yeah, and that was back then. That was when he was spending. Now Trump has nearly doubled that. Well, Trump has spent $1 trillion over budget since he took office. So we're talking about almost the same amount, but this is, yeah, very similar. Okay, I'm coming in the room. Hang on before I materialize. Hang on, I'm coming into the room slowly. Oh, thank you. I'm back. Thanks for watching, everybody. I don't know why I have to tell you this, but I feel compelled. Yeah, the media created all these green screen effects. Back in 2010, remember the caliphate? Okay. Well, that caliphate was a green screen effect. Basically, Pentagon spent $540 million on it. And this story never made the mainstream media. It never got to the mainstream, unfortunately. Kind of sad, you know, when you think about so many different things are ignored. But the government has been lying to us about the danger of caliphate and the jihadists and the ISIS groups that are out there. That's the story we've been talking about. Thanks. Yeah, best corrected. We went with the best corrected today. Navy Times. Aliens ahoy. Navy developing guidelines and reporting UFO sightings. Hog Slammer. Hey, man. How's medical school going? They say that you checked in, you got accepted to medical school. That's the rumor. Okay. Oh, by the way, happy Christmas in July ahead of time, because I'm going to be on the road in July. Man, this cup has seen better days. Yeah, I mean, that's some happy times. Look at that. I used to know some old Ashkenazis that used to drink out of mugs that are, I mean, I swear this guy had, it was like rot gut throughout the whole inside. And he'd drink out of it every day. It is coffee. But I mean, when you drink out of the same cup and never wash it, I knew people that went like 15 years that way. They were Ashkenazis, all right. Good people. Not all Ashkenazis are greedy. Just the ones surrounding Donald Trump. Isn't that amazing how they created the justification for war? I drink coffee all the way to 3 in the morning, best pimp. Yeah. I drink plain water as much as I drink coffee. About even. I drink a lot of plain water and a lot of coffee. You witnessed several active duty people in your North Atlantic area. The move comes with a surge in what Navy calls a series of intrusions by advanced aircraft on Navy carrier strike groups. Oh, well, Bugman, I'd like to believe that's true, but I'm of the belief that the government is engaged in a thing called the alien agenda. And they're making us believe that they're aliens attacking us. Yeah, if aliens wanted to attack us, we'd be laying down right now and being filleted for dinner. The argument that aliens are coming has always been pushed by Hillary Clinton. John Podesta has that story. They actually have websites. The Podesta's invested in websites about reptilians. I think it's kind of a fantasy of people to think that there are other people on this planet. Until I see one walking up to me going, "Hey dude, I'm really an alien," I'm not going to believe it. I mean, even this guy. You know who I'm talking about, right? Like the guy who is in the green room. Right.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly. And I appreciate that. I really do. Back to you. He wasn't, I don't believe the guy's gay. I think you've got your gaydar is screwed up, ticking time bags, and you're gay. Yeah. And why are you calling him the F word? You know that's not allowed here on Twitch. Hey guys, 5 Twitch people. I don't even know what category I'm in. If anybody knows the category I'm in, because they got rid of IRL over at Twitch, tell me. I'd like to know. No, I don't have a son. Thank goodness. My chromosomes have all been preserved in a hermetically sealed container in the deep freeze in Norway. Right. I should set up a shipment where I can ship my seminal fluid to the storage areas in Norway underground. There's got to be some place. If you guys know of any place I can send that, not your address, but you know, I'd like to see if I could keep my seed, so to speak. Because right now I don't want to replicate. Not with the current world status. I don't know how any of you can even have sex considering how bad the world is right now. Don't blame yourself for not having sex enough. You were buffered, then you realized that was just a weak base. Video keeps buffering. Let's go to, I'm going to drop off Vaughn. Vaughn is so screwed up. Okay, refresh everybody. Wow. Jeez. I'm talking to an empty room. Maybe I will drop off Periscope or something. Maybe it's on my end. Well, let's be clear. There's nobody in there anyway. Oh, one person? Okay. We'll leave in the show. One person at Periscope. It's just like, what's wrong with that? Off air? Wow. Jeez. Okay, yeah, let's see what Cool Rock is doing. We're not getting any activity in the chat room over here. Yeah. In the just chatting section. Yeah, they told me to go in there. Well, you got 6 viewers. I'll stay on. They say you should keep 6 viewers up. I know. It's unfortunately a problem. Let me see if I can get another ingest server at Vaughn. There's a couple things I can do to troubleshoot this problem. DDoS, DDoS, do, oh, the DDoS day. And people just aren't talking over there at iVlog. So I guess we'll just sit in limbo here and I'll talk. Yeah, Vaughn is being shut down. There we go. Let's see if I can get another ingest server. It says we're off air. Yeah, that's weird. Let's see, channel setup. Yeah. I'll see what's going on. I'm in the recorded mode here, but we'll see if we can route this through some other source. Yeah, Vaughn has a problem here and there. And sometimes it's just an MDS server issue. No, it's not it. Mark is being hit at the trunk server. Yeah, so there's something going on at the trunk server. Hey, Frog Dog. Yeah. Okay, we're looking like we have no drop frames at all. Yeah. So we should be broadcasting. Still down? Huh. Weird. No lag here. Is everything else down at Vaughn? Wow, okay. That is really weird. And we're not seeing major advances on the other networks. Huh. Okay. I guess my stream rate is 600 over at iBlog, and that works. I wonder if I drop my stream rate to 300, it might work. Let's try that. Try that. Try now, because it says I'm broadcasting. The whole Vaughn is down. All of Vaughn is down. Okay, we're being hosed. Yeah, I don't have the UHF feed because I'm delivering the feed. Let me go to the news. Let me just talk as if we've got viewers. You guys know where to go. I've got this site up and running. Yeah, Twitch is live. You can go there, and you can also go to you know, our iBlog Flash-driven show. All right. Here I'm posting iBlog over there. Yeah, great. You guys can click the server and click your own name and get in there. Okay, I think we've got the message that the media doesn't want to talk about the fake terrorist videos. So, well stated, Dave. It took about 20 minutes to look at that screen. We at least got that information across, which is good. Yeah, you don't need a Twitch account to watch, which makes Twitch kind of appealing. Thanks, Misanthropy. And I think we have to all look at the reality that, you know, the world is very much like our brain. You know, the universe and our brain are very similar in nature. Right. You can keep the Twitch video up over there and chat here if you're still in the chat room. The chat rooms are running at Vaughn. So you're looking at the brain being the exact same look as the universe. So when our religious leaders tell us that God is made, or man is made in the shape of God, in the form of God, that's not that far from the truth when you think about it. If you look at God as the universe, you know, say you just said, oh, the universe is God. How about that? How about them apples? Is that sacrilegious or what? So we as humans are always interacting and learning from each other. And much like other species, we've used forms of communication like words, but we clearly are reaching a point where in times of distress, species generally have an urge to replicate. And this is common throughout the universe, and we are not of that nature, which makes our species rather unusual in that, you know, when we're getting stressed out, we don't want to replicate. We don't even want to, you know, have sex with each other. So we're unusual that way. And as a species, the truth is we're trying to destroy ourselves. We've allowed a small group of people to decide that we have limits to growth, and there's no way we can possibly have 10 billion people on Earth. But projections right now are saying that by 2100, there will be 10.3 billion people on the face of the Earth. Now, their projections are based on the idea that nothing will happen. There won't be any pandemics, no bubonic plague, no mass genocide. But that's not what the elitists have in mind. They actually have in mind pandemics, genocide, whatever it takes to get the population down, because they've decided that the population has to be 500 million. Why? Who knows? I don't know any other species on the planet that turns around and says, yeah, we better stop building this anthill and stop replicating. Yeah, it's time. We're getting too big. We better stop building. Usually limits to growth happen when people start starving to death. And species will starve to death prior to extinction or during extinction. So we're in the process of being talked into becoming extinct by a bunch of people that have desecrated the earth and refuse to clean it up, refuse to get rid of pollution that's dangerous to our lives and our bodies, and instead just wants to get rid of us instead. So in other words, they screwed us, now they want to get rid of us. That's how I see it. They didn't say, oh, by the way, we're producing so much plastic it'll choke you off and all species on Earth in the next 30 to 40 years. They didn't think through that. So these are the idiots that want to decide the future of the human race, the ones that have already desecrated this planet. That part pisses me off. I'm here. I'm broadcasting. Let me boot up again. Okay, try now. I refreshed. Yeah. Drop frames. Drop frames. No, 359. Yeah, I do have some drop frames at Vaughn. Right. Yeah. Yeah, off here. I'm not. It's not on my end. I heard all Vaughn is down. David, do you forgive me for what? You took some money to censor you in order... No, I don't. No, I don't forgive you, no. No, there's currently a mojo out. All people who've taken money against me are being hit with a massive mojo. You can't. There's no forgiveness. Yeah, all of On Live is down. Scissorfight's correct. Thank you, Scissorfight. But yeah, there is nothing you can do to repent to me. In my mind, you have done unforgivable things. Remember, we're in the throes of a president who is in the hands and control of Russian oligarchs. Thank you, Bengalitis. We're in the control of a group of people that are ruining our nation's chances of survival with a president that is inept and babbling all the time, like on Twitter. Your loan on your Mercedes is irrelevant to me. Anytime you take money to do bad things, you automatically have karmic points bouncing back at you really hard. So it won't happen right away. It'll just be a slip, a fall. You break your leg, something like that happens. Yeah, I don't control mojos. They're really just it's a check of karma and karmic payback. So maybe you'll break down in the middle of nowhere, and there won't be anybody to help you, and you'll wonder why. Who did I screw over? And then you'll remember, oh, that's right, I got money to screw David over and censor him, dox him. I don't care if your family is starving. If you're willing to commit evil acts to feed your family, you have consigned with the devil. And unfortunately, I can't help you. Like I said, many of you people are suffering from extreme guilt, and this is your future.
And I saw demons laughing and dragging souls over that just died from the earth.
And they had been helping Mark censor Dave, and I saw souls dragged over into the fire pit when Satan was stirring it and pouring molten evil on top of them forever and ever and ever and ever.
It was called the Abominables.
The Abominables.
And they're thrown in this liquid fire. To burn forever and ever and ever.
So, I believe that some people just deserve what they get. They deserve what they get. And that their destiny is no longer in God. Their destiny is no longer in God's hands. The devil will take them and banish them into hell. Oh, sorry. A foreigner paid $200,000 for tickets to Trump's inaugural. Now, he says he was duped. $200,000 to go to his inaugural. Can you imagine? Donald Trump, somebody in that group duped him, this foreigner. A Ukrainian-Russian developer who wanted to access Trump's inauguration filed a lawsuit on Tuesday saying he was bilked out of $200,000 he paid for what he thought would be VIP tickets to the event. The developer, Pavel Fuchs, who once discussed a Moscow real estate project with Mr. Trump, said in the lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California that he had paid the money to a firm at the direction of Yuri Vanitek, a prominent Republican fundraiser and sometime lobbyist. Look at that, Yuri Vanitek, a prominent Republican fundraiser, with a Russian fundraiser like that. But the lawsuit said Mr. Vanitek failed to come through with promised tickets, and Mr. Fuchs ended up watching the inauguration from a Washington hotel bar. That's got to hurt when you've been fooked out of all that money. Poor guy. David, urgent, the Intercontinental Alliance from Alaska to Patagonia passing through the parallel. 33rd, they have destabilized. Direction into new intersection plurinomial direct generic. This is a military attack. This is a military UHF interference. I'm not going to call it an attack, but this is clearly military UHF interference. Yeah, I would recommend changing dial position to the standard channel. Good luck. Earth to Mars, we have a problem. So I can't wait to see Tom Hanks as Mr. Rogers. I mean, who doesn't want to see a guy who's been accused of pedophilia by a lot of weirdos, and none of them are credible, play Mr. Rogers, who is clearly not a pedophile? Yeah. So Mr. Rogers is going to be really a good movie, and it'll propel his career forward. I'm sure Tom Hanks is going to do really well with this. Yeah, who wouldn't want to take a guy who's already currently in the news as having some weird photographs online and put him out there as Mr. Rogers? It's kind of a close match. He's not that far off, really, when you think about it. I can't wait to see how he does it, you know. And how he interacts with the children. That's going to be the most interesting part of that. Yes, I don't believe that... are you the real Scissor Fight at Twitch? Yeah, I think he is the real Scissor Fight. Yeah. A foreigner paid... Yeah, so I think we're done with that. Let's do a Clinton Walmart fight. Clinton's Walmart fight. Let's take a look. I'm not sure what this is about, but we're going to find out. Live leak.
Come on outside.
Okay, wow, this is wild. You know, I think they may have had a discussion about the size of the cucumbers in the produce section. You know, I don't know. I mean, you could start like, yeah, my cucumber's bigger than your cucumber. Oh yeah, you know, that kind of thing. Former vice president of Walt Disney sentenced to more than 6 years in a Portland sex abuse investigation. This is just a Multnomah County District Attorney's Office said Michael Laney, 73, was sentenced on Friday to 81 months in prison. Along with his prison sentence, Laney will have to register as a sex offender and pay a $4,000 fine. He was found guilty of 4 counts of first-degree sexual abuse on May 7th. Evidence presented during trial showed that in March of 2017, a young girl disclosed she had been sexually abused by the Laney. The disclosure was first reported to law enforcement in Washington State, where the victim lived at the time of her disclosure. The Portland Police Bureau assumed the investigation after it was determined that the abuse had occurred in Portland starting at approximately 2009, when the victim was only 7 years old. Wow. They found sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Laney was guilty of repeated sexual abuse involving a girl. Yeah, I wish these stories led to other stories, you know? Like the donut shop down there in Portland. We don't have any solid evidence about that donut shop down there. There's a donut shop in Portland that has a bad reputation, let's just put it that way. Yeah, it's a far-right conspiracy that's been spinning about voodoo donuts. Here's a YouTube video that claims that the donut shop is in front for child trafficking and has sparked the hashtag donut tag right here. Donutgate. So apparently Donutgate won't get you banned on Twitter, but Pizzagate will. Yeah, it's a right-wing nut conspiracy, they're calling it. Claims that Voodoo, the international and famous Portland donut franchise, is the front for a child trafficking ring. 4chan and 8chan are both working on conspiracies that claim that his critics are pedophiles and child traffickers. I don't know. It's not a clear reason why conspiracy theorists are targeting Voodoo, except it is based in Portland, a progressive area. Fixation of the right. Huh. Let's see if this takes me anywhere. Lift the veil. Yeah, it doesn't really take me. Oh, this is the cover-up, the Hampstead cover-up in England. These kids claim to have been eating babies. Yeah. They had claimed that they were fed babies in soup. Little infants. I know, it's bizarre, but that's another story that's being suppressed. But the Donutgate story is interesting because Voodoo Donuts offers caskets, little child caskets, as promotional items if you buy their donuts. I don't know anybody that would really find donuts with like Eat Me or sex humor. They've got one where there's a vagina on one of the Voodoo donuts. They put things like penises on Voodoo donuts. Here's the Pink Hole cup, coffee cup Scissor Fight has on tap. Thank you. No pun intended. But yeah, it's just weird stuff. And that's why they're getting a weird connotation. Yeah. The Pink Hole donut. Right. So if that doesn't look like an orifice, I don't know what does. And it says here, the magic is in the hole. Voodoo donut. On the other side, our Voodoo Baron on the side, and comes with this very own donut hole. Enjoy. Hand washing is recommended. I mean, where's the humor in this? I'm not getting the humor. I don't know who the hell would. I'm not privy to, these kinds of people, but count on a big investigation, not a small investigation, into pedophilia and the DC and the Hollywood groups that have been evading detection from detectives. The weirdest thing is the number of sex offenders in Beverly Hills is way lower compared to every other area in Los Angeles. That's not because there's not a lot of sex offenders in Beverly Hills. It's because they have much more power. Much more power. All of Vaughn is down. Yep, that's the problem. The chat is up, but the Vaughn network is down, yeah. It's very possible Mark may be wrapping it up. He made a lot of money. And it says here, Vaughn Live back up June 18th. I don't know. You got to wonder. Uploaded 47 seconds ago. Well, we're June 18th, and are we up? Is that proof that we're up? And I'm not up. So, what's going on there? I'll go back off and go back on again. Sometimes it helps to jog off and jog on. They're up? Okay. Now we're up. Okay, refresh. Wow. This has been a wild night. I'm just burnt out from the constant stress of talking about the signal being up. I'm back. Great. Thank you. We don't know who's behind it. We think maybe the Russians. But they're not getting the effect. You see, the problem is they want to stop us. And Mark isn't getting that successfully done. So you got to understand, Mark is probably under a lot of stress, I'm guessing, though. Because he's being told, you must stop this man. He cannot keep telling people about Russia's control over America and Donald Trump. And they keep saying, you got to stop this, David Sponheim. So Mark is frustrated, I'm sure.
Okay. Do you need a break?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, you can come back later.
Trump isn't a shoo-in. He just lost in the polls. No, I can step out. Trump just lost in the polls big time. In fact, he fired his pollster. The numbers are showing Trump is going to lose to any one of those 24 Democrats. Even Beto O'Rourke would beat him at this point. Yeah, Trump is losing in the polls. That's why he fired all of his pollsters. I'm not kidding. Watchdogs are suing Trump's administration over missing notes from the Putin meeting. Good. Thank you. Somebody's taken a concern because this guy's getting away with everything. He didn't take any transcripts of any notes with contacts with Putin. He's had over 7.5 hours of private calls with Putin. No notes. And meetings. So watchdogs are suing. A new lawsuit filed on Tuesday alleges Secretary of State Mike Pompeo broke the law by allowing Trump. They allowed Trump to seize the notes from a key meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, failing to take any steps to preserve records of their other face-to-face meetings. The lawsuit filed by the American Oversight and Democracy Forward, two progressive nonprofit watchdog organizations, said the Federal Records Act requires Pompeo to preserve the meeting notes prepared by State Department employees. Thank you. This is really good news. I'm very glad to hear that, because we need accountability from this guy. We're not getting anything, and the Democrats don't seem to have the wherewithal to usher forth an impeachment process. Mark is trolling us. Let's take a look. He's just going along with the idea. Mark was heard admitting that he censors me last week. Now he's kind of walking around it. No, he was. He admitted that he censors me. And now he's walking around. He's dancing around what he did. It's the same thing he did when he said he had made a lot of money, and now he's saying it's a joke. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad somebody's doing something about Donald Trump and his lack of accountability. Right on. Yay.
David is wonderful.
Thank you.
I was, my friend's like, I don't know how you do all this. And I said, I have such a supportive person at home helping me. And that's David. He really helps me with my life. So that's why I'm here, to help him with my life. Oh, weird. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. Okay, your liberal friend said, I don't know how you do all this. Well, I do a lot of, I said my friend said that. I didn't say liberal, but I didn't say how I do all this because I don't really talk about politics necessarily. Some politics I do, obviously, like climate change. But I tried to talk about it in here, and you guys are like, don't want to listen, so I just keep my friends in separate categories, and that's okay. I have my friends that are this way, and my friends that are that way, and that's all. I think I need to wash my hair because, or yeah, take a shower and wash my hair. I just, as kid burnt popcorn in a microwave near me, and I took it outside, and I think I got the smoke on me. So how much do I feel a donut should cost? $1.50. How much does a donut cost? Well, a good one costs like $3.75 or something. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. Not $1.50. It should be like 50 cents. I remember the days when donuts were like 50 cents. But I know donuts aren't good for me. Ooh, that's interesting. Home security video captures a mysterious creature on the internet saying, what is it? Oh wow, that is interesting. I'll show it to you guys so you can see it. I want you to be happier. Well, that is so wild. I'm surprised you didn't see. The other two cameras didn't pick it up for some reason. Her camera only records for 10 seconds, so the video cuts off. Wow. If you buy them in bulk, you could get a dozen for 10. That's, or for $5. That's good. A dozen for $5. Then that's cheaper than 50 cents each. Yes, true. I'm listening to a pretty cool book right now. I think it's called Inevitable by Kevin somebody. Anyway, he talks about like AI and the internet and just lots of different things. That it was written a couple years ago, but I'm enjoying it. It is an audiobook. I do audiobooks through my local library through a thing called a Libby app, Libby. And I prefer that so much because, no, I don't want to spend money on books if I don't have to. And then the thing about books is, like, if I buy a hardback book, then I just need to give it to somebody when I'm done, because I don't want a book sitting on my shelf that I've already read unless it's really good and I know I'm going to read it again. Do I ever feel like I have to tell people how to do their job properly? Well, I have to tell students how to do their job properly, but I'm hoping that's only because they're 8 and 9 years old. But I know that's not the case, because I had to do the same thing when they were, 5th graders. So, and I'm sure I would have to do the same thing if they were high schoolers. So, you might like this thing they have. I wanted to research it. One thing he mentioned was, and I hadn't heard of it before, was a Baxter robot. And that it has the thing about it is that you can program it. You kind of like guide it and program it that way. So you don't, like, you physically move it to do what you're wanting to do. You love Batman. I know, the library cards are great. Free library card. Then you get this digital library, free app access for ebooks. I didn't know about the movies and the music and digital learning, but I love the audiobooks. Those are my favorite thing. Because now I don't like listening to the radio in the morning. Because one, I already told you guys I'm not a big news person because it's so depressing. And two, then the other thing, if I try to listen to like music channels in the morning, it's just all talk. So my car has a like auxiliary system, so I can plug in my phone to my system, and then I listen to audiobooks on the way to and from work. So that's how I get my things my reading in or listening in. No, I don't think anybody knows how to use those 3 seashells. And they all laugh at us because nobody knows how to use the 3 seashells. I don't know how to use the 3 seashells. Do you? I know what the 3 seashells are. I love that movie. But but I'm not so sure about virtual reality intimacy either. I am a book lover, that's true. I've always been a book lover. I almost thought about going and getting a librarian degree because I like books so much. It's a bidet system, but I still don't get it. You're still a sponge at 40, like soaking up all kinds of information. I think that's the key, soaking up all kinds of information. I know, you don't know what to do. You need more videos to listen to that are in the level of intelligence system. What do you think about like the astrophysics guy? I don't think he's on that level. Do you like, what's his name? Michio Kaku. Oh, you prefer psychology. I like science. Psychology's okay, but I like science. I'm not sure if I like psychology that much, like mind control and things. Oh, you think he's a shill? Yeah, it's a reference to a bidet, but, well, maybe I've never used a bidet, so I don't know how that works either. That's a good point. Oh, he's been promoting weather modification. All right. I did not know that, Master Meatball. Thank you, 619. Wait, 854 says, ew. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Bubba. Wait, who did you put on ignore? I wasn't following that conversation. Anyway, sorry if I don't seem like you know more than Master Meatball claims to know more than most humans. Are you like that mysterious creature, not really human? There's a movie that refers to three seashells. Who was in it? Like Kurt Russell, maybe? I don't remember. Demolition. It's a quote. Yes, that's the movie. It's a quote from Demolition Man. An oldie movie. It's an old movie, but it's a science fiction movie, and it's actually quite good. I liked it. It was one of the first, like, dystopian future movies, I would say. There's nothing, it's not a movie called Three Seashells. Yes, you're right. Classic movie, not old. But old as in not new. It's definitely dated though. But in some ways not dated. It was Kurt Russell. He was Snake Plissken. Anyway, it was very good. Oh, no, wait, what? It was Sylvester Stallone. That's right. It was Sylvester Stallone in Demolition Man. That was a good movie. What? How has that been proven? And what do you mean? 854? That makes no sense at all to me. And what if you've used protection the entire time? Completely don't make sense. Yes, you're right. It was Sylvester Stallone and Sandra Bullock and Wesley Snipes. Yeah, Wesley Snipes. Demolition Man. I liked it. Hello, I love fries. It is difficult to find people that are as intellectual as you. Have you just, maybe you could either find like a club that has more, like things that you're interested in, a psychology meeting club? I don't know. I think you just need to go somewhere else. Thank you, Scissor Fight. I was about to do that. Oh, you don't want to be around fake intellectuals. Oh my goodness, you've got a difficult battle ahead of you. You want to be around intellectual people, but not fake intellectual people. Hard to flesh out. That's definitely, yeah, that's it.
Sir?
I loved that movie. That was a really good movie. Yeah, maybe you have, there's a thing, it's similar to dyslexia, but it's like, there's a term for it. Anyway. They say this robot. What? Rethink robotics. I wonder if I can bookmark this. Where should I bookmark it? That's true. We all want to look alike. You think I look like all the other women? They all have this look when they do this selfie too. I can't do it. I'm incapable of doing that. Look, I just can't master it. I don't know how to do that. Anyway. It's weird. I'm just myself. They think it looks, I don't know. They think it looks good, but I'm like, okay, sure. Why don't you just be yourself? And they do the chin down so you don't see any double chins. I don't have a double chin, so I don't have to worry about that, but the duck lips and the whole, weird. I can't do it. I just can't. No, I'm not into selfies and all that. And it is funny, they do all look alike. Or their faces, like they try to look alike, and I'm just like, really? Okay. This is me. I'm like, you understand there's a great pattern with dyslexia. The math, it's called like, there's a thing with math, and when you have this math block, it's dyscalculia. Yeah. A specific learning disability in math. Kids with dyscalculia may have difficulty understanding number-related concepts or using symbols or functions needed for success in mathematics. It's a common learning issue that impacts kids' ability to do math. Here you go. Check this out and see if this sounds like you, Anita. Oh, thanks so much for that. You're funny, Master Meatball. You're smarter than any other person on earth, but one day you will learn how to spell. Because you know more than most people. So the 3 shells. 1 for temp, 1 for width of spray, 1 for pressure. One said 1 for a bidet, 1 for air drying you, and 1 for flushing. I tend to agree, Scissor Fight. I'm a country girl at heart. I don't need any fakery. And especially, I feel like comfortable in my own skin. So, you know, on certain days I might wear makeup and then it's kind of nice. Like, I remember this one woman, she wore makeup all the time, and then the one day that she didn't wear makeup, we're like, are you okay? Is something wrong? Like, and then, like, are you feeling okay? Like, you look not well. And where the opposite is, if like if I don't wear makeup for a while, and then I wear makeup, they're like, wow, you look great. because they're so used to me being myself. You don't pretend that you'll get along with everyone. Some guy told he was like a chameleon and could adapt and get along with everyone. I think I get along well with everyone, but I don't think that I'm fake about it. I think that when I get along with everyone, it's really that I listen to everyone, and that's who I am. If that makes sense. Yeah. So I get along with everyone because everybody has a story. Everybody wants to be heard, and I'm a good listener. And so that's what makes me get along with everyone. I'm not faking getting along with everyone. Yeah. You prefer women that don't wear fake up. Oh, I like that. As a kid, you used to teach the librarian. Oh, tease the librarian.
What was your reading today?
All right.
What was your reading?
Okay, you're gonna give me a picture, an imager. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Well, it could be air drying. How to keep all the cookies to yourself. Ha 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 ha. This is cute. I gotta share this with you all. Thank you, Scissor Fight. That's adorable. Here it is. It says, and the thing says, how to keep all the cookies to yourself. I had a whole bag of cookies and I handed them out today, so that was good. I did keep one cookie for myself, but it was one that actually fell on the ground. It's just that kind of hairpin I am. And then tomorrow I'm probably going to hand out like chocolate. No, I'm going to bake cookies. Tomorrow is a baking cookie day. I still have a thing of cookies to bake. And I've got to put my snap peas in my lunchbox. I'm probably going to do that when I get to school in the morning. Even though they're in a good refrigerator, I'm going to put them in my lunchbox. Check it out. Instagram filters make people look plastic. Oh, wild. That is wild. They do look plastic. There she is. There's a real her. Oh my gosh. Yeah, great skin. Why was all those weird? Whoa. That's just bizarre. And women are using these filters because it makes them, they think it makes them look better. I'm gonna just be myself. I don't want to look like, I mean, to me, that looks like you might as well replace the women with a plastic robot. You know, that's what some people would do if they could. You're not gonna replace me. I'm one of those people, True Blue. I take life way too seriously. I've got to learn to laugh at myself, but I do. I take it. Maybe they are getting people ready for virtual relations. True. Plastic people and virtual relations and weird things like that. But yeah, I don't have the best sense of humor, I think. I mean, I do have a good sense of humor. I do have a sense of humor, but... And do I laugh at myself? No, I don't. I don't find myself that funny. No, I've never used Instagram at all. Well, I could see that, Anita. You say we were mostly water, but the planet is changing to different molecular structure to plastic. Well, true. Okay, this is Rebel Circus blog. Studies show that women carry with them the... Okay, thank you. How is that possible? What about men? Okay, they can get it from being pregnant with a male. That would make sense. That's weird. A 120 women that had never had or been pregnant with sons. 21% were found to have male DNA. What about a group that... What if it's from the men? It's their... I understand what you're saying, but... Okay, I really want to see the actual studies. I would think that maybe they're carrying their father's DNA. I can read a wall of text. I'll research it. Maybe you're right. I find it weird. It says false on Snopes.com. On June 23rd, 2017, there's a study that was published in PLOS One in 2012. That has the presence of genetically distinct male cells in the brains of women. And these women were examined in autopsy. Male cells, wherever they came from, were able to cross what's known as the blood-brain barrier, a semi-permeable membrane that prevents most chemicals in the brain from entering the brain. So this hasn't been actually studied yet. It could just be from their fathers. I mean, women are carrying around male DNA in their sex cells, in their ovaries and all of their eggs, because you have a chance that they say X, never mind. That doesn't make sense. Never mind. Forget what I said. Who knows? Maybe it is from their fathers, though. Or maybe some of the DNA just deteriorated into being like male. All right, that's one. That's Snopes. Let me see what you said about Mayo Clinic. Here's Forbes. I'll look at that. A Y chromosome. It could be just that the X part of the chromosome disintegrated and on those specific cells, so it appears to be Y. Maybe. Well, this guy over at iVlog is saying that women have male DNA from every man they slept with, which is one article. He did link one article, and I was looking at the study, and it's not a very good study. Ironically, the article that he said is like, studies say, and I'm like, what studies? I agree, it does sound like, it's hard to believe. Male DNA is often found in women's brains, according to Forbes. Where does it come from? It originally appeared in Quora. No, the claim comes from a clickbait article on Your Newswire. And then it had a study which found male cells in 37 out of 59 women's brains that were studied. Where did the cells come from? Some say pregnancy. I think it's ironic that they're not saying that these could just be from their father. Or, you know, or I don't know. Yeah, if that were true, exactly, Misanthropy. Howdy, Rex. I agree, it does sound like a bad post. News Network, Insider. Yeah. I know, I was looking for a thesis too. They're like, oh, I didn't want to post it. Sorry. Who are you referring to when you say hoggers? No, thank you, Hugh. Tailing, I don't want to do that. I wouldn't think anyone wants to do that. I'm surprised that Melania did. Maybe that was for citizenship. Yes, you could get, that's what you could do, Anita. You write in here, you could write science fiction. I've written a science fiction book, but I haven't published it or anything. Oh. We don't need to reduce the amount of those in the United States. Everybody should be loved, from Bubba. Just type you find it easier to tell stories online, then just open up, like, have your chat room, have your chat room, have like a Google Doc or a Word document, and then type in the chat room and then copy it into the document. Type in the chat room, do that. Yes, science fiction, you can call it that, absolutely. Yeah, you can do that too. As long as it doesn't just disappear like this, a stream into no man's land. Hello, Pezzy, by the way. I understand you hating people. I too wish you weren't our president. That's all I'll say. Oh, that's about it. You have it with your art. Oh. You're censored. Everybody knew it was censored. Everybody wants to be loved. I am human and I need to be loved. You used to have an art web channel. Got it. You were paying for it? Yeah, that's waste of money. Well, the thing about science is that science should be replicated. You'd rather be right than be loved. I'm right. I don't care what you say. I love you. Well, I don't care. I'm right. I hate you. I don't care. I'm right. I'd rather be right than loved. Not me. I don't know. Probably I prefer to be loved. You told your ex, I'm not going to take turns being right. I'm just right. I understand that, but I mean, I understand you wanting to be right. But you think you're never wrong? Do you apologize if you ever are wrong? Okay, as long as you apologize if you ever are wrong, that would be good. Yeah, true, Rex. We're all talking on here. Yes, David does admit when he's wrong, and David apologizes if he's, but it is rare that he's wrong, or rare that he realizes he's wrong. But there have been occasions where he's like, he said, "Oh wow, I was wrong, and I'm sorry, I was wrong." Well, Rum Bubba, he doesn't think that he's wrong yet. He may buy you some flowers. That's his way of saying he's sorry. Yeah, I don't think you should, Rum Bubba. Exactly. There's just certain things I don't talk about. You don't talk about, yeah. Yes, be forgiving. Yeah, beg for what? Maybe you're wanting to beg for something. What is it a distraction from? Ow. There is video of David saying he's wrong. I've seen him say that in I know he's done it in the show. I've heard him. I just try not to have my... Yeah, no. Yeah, sometimes that happens, Anita. You never grew mature. You'd have to watch through all the videos. He has. Yes, that's true. Ooh, Lokai. I have to be here? You mean I have to be present, or you don't know because your pants? Yes, Rex, it's like that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Miss Antipy. I do have a calming presence. How is it in the after show? I love you too. Thank you. Is it, am I that calming? Wow. Wow. 800 times. Wow. You might be right, Saffron. I like that. I'm an easygoing, kind-hearted, pleasant-speaking voice of reason. Yeah. Wait, so, and I'm fair. So, you think my whole life time is an act? I'm not acting any particular way. I am what I am. But you think people are acting around me? Maybe I help them act better. I know what you mean, though. Over miscommunication. I don't want to see this. Do I want to see this? I don't know if I want to see this right now. Aw, thank you. I always include everyone. Pass judgment only with informed consent, informed opinion, and have the compassion of an... Oh. Really? There's a guy at work that acts fine as long as you're around, and the minute you leave, he acts up?
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you so much for giving me a great break. I did a lot of work.
Oh, wow. Did it start raining?
No, not yet. It's almost going to rain. If it does, I got to close the window.
Because I've been hearing, like,
Really?
what's that?
Is that rain?
I don't know.
I better close the window.
I'm going to go see if it's rain.
If it's rain, tell me.
Okay.
Because what you're hearing is probably something going on.
I've been hearing
underneath the
things.
house.
Either under the house or on the
it's,
house.
It's underneath the house, I think.
Oh, no.
What?
Do you think it's my friend?
Yeah, I think it is. I think we got to set a trap for him. I don't have arthritis. We need we have a request for Larry Sinclair. His brave work to expose the New World Order and Barack Obama was well noted, and I think we should at least give him some time to talk about what happened between him and Barack Obama in a limousine in 1999.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
People really need to know this. They need to know that there is no coming out of that place.
What's happening?
And they need to know that on the day of judgment in the book of Revelations,
Okay, I'll see you
God
later.
shall speak and death and hell shall come up in the universe. They don't go into heaven. That's in Revelation chapter 20.
Okay, so if you're in Bible study and you're worried about going to hell for doxing our show and you're repenting, it's in chapter 20 of Revelations that you may find some solace that hell won't be as bad as you think it is, I guess. Good evening, welcome. We've got a lot of doxers who are now very guilty and they know that they're going to be burning in hell. This kid, Live Leak, what about him? Is he some sort of a phenom, a savant? Let's take a look. Student disrespecting his teacher. All right, we're going to take a look at a student disrespecting his teacher. Check it out.
Good afternoon, parents. Good afternoon, boys and girls. Shut the fuck up. Hey.
Not nice.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
You need to leave? No, bitch.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's out. Good.
Where did you get that one? Oh, it's like a whole series. Student disrespecting teacher, student disrespecting principal. Oh, yeah. Where are they learning these things? How to keep all the cookies to yourself. Ooh, there you go. Great idea. It's a cookie cutter that actually has a bite out of it, so nobody eats it. It looks like a saliva bite, too. No one wants a half-eaten cookie, unless, of course, you're a bag person, you'll eat anything. Wow, add the one I know. This kid, I know. Tell me, kids today, what can I say? I'm amazed Sarah can even get through the day, because I know with all the kids that are suffering from ADHD, learning disabilities, ADD, and all kinds of other things that are really hard to understand from many perspectives, they can't help it. The kids are going to be acting out, and parents have kind of created the problem by being so permissive. Oh, sure, whatever you want to do, just don't hurt yourself, as the kids like jumping off the balcony. Like Eric Clapton's son, that happened. He was a little rambunctious, and Eric Clapton let him out the balcony, and then he died. Sad. And I looked, behold, a pale horse. Yeah, we don't quote anything from William Cooper. It's fruit enzyme spray time. Yes, thanks. You're a Loki. Thank you. I am interactive. I respond to all chat, and because I read 6,000 words a minute, I'm able to respond to every single thing you say. Except you, Anita. What's going on? I know. You never intend to harm others. No, you're pretty nice overall, except when you're having your episodic breakdowns due to lack of medicine. My favorite poet is a man named, well, you may not have heard of him. Yeah, he's Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. No, I'm just kidding. I'm related to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. I'm his great nephew. I'm not a niece. I'm a nephew. Nieces are for women. I'm not transgender. No. No. Who's my favorite poet? Larry Sinclair. You like Eminem? Yeah. You know, Bob Dylan was Jimmy Carter's favorite poet. I definitely think Bob Dylan was a great poet. He said that. And Bob Dylan really was a poet. When you think about the music that the poetry Bob Dylan did it was phenomenal. His songs alone are tangential and the lyrics don't make any sense, but yeah, like Blowing in the Wind. Yeah, see, we're thinking alike. Blowing in the Wind. Yeah, let's give you the lyrics to that. Dylan, I know. What's your obsession with Larry Sinclair, man? You're over the top. You've really gone. Okay, so let's take a look at Bob Dylan's poetry here. She's No Good, Talkin' New York, In My Time of Dying, Man of Constant Sorrow. Which song do we want? Song to Woody. Oh, that was a good one. House of the Rising Sun. He wrote that? Really? Wow. Really? Bob Dylan wrote House of the Rising Sun. Yeah. It Ain't Me, Babe was his too? I didn't know that. This is a good one. The times are changing. Come gather around people wherever you roam and admit that the waters around you have grown and accept that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. It's your time. If your time to you is worth saving, then you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone. For the times they are a-changin'. Brilliant, brilliant lyrics. Come writers and critics who prophesize with your pen and keep your eyes wide. The chance won't come again. And don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin, and there's no telling who that it's namin'. For the loser now will be later to win, for the times they are a-changin'. I mean, I can see why Jimmy Carter thought he was the best poet ever. I mean, wasn't that great? Didn't that give you a good feeling? Yeah. Great one, Masters of War. Okay, Rex. Hey, we haven't seen you for a while. Everything going well? Cool. Here's the Masters of War lyrics. Come, you Masters of War. Come, you Masters of War. Have you seen or heard the new song? I'm Coming. Is that it? Is that the song? Miley Cyrus. I mean, no. Come on, Masters of War. I don't even know the song. I don't know the melody because I've heard it 1,000 times. You that build the big guns, you that build the death planes, you that build all the bombs, you that hide behind walls, you that hide behind desks, I just want you to know I can see through your masks. You that never been done nothing. Now that reminds me of Donald Trump. You know, he was a draft dodger 5 times. His father got him excuses claiming he had bone spurs, and 58,000 men, died in Vietnam. And Trump didn't go to Vietnam, so he didn't have to risk himself. So it's kind of interesting how a guy who never went to Vietnam, who was a draft dodger, is now trying to make war. This reminds me of that, You that never done nothing, that build to destroy, you play with my world like it's your little toy. You put a gun in my hand and you hide from my eyes and you turn and run farther when the fast bullets fly. Like Judas of old, you lie and deceive. A world war can be won, you want me to believe. But I see through your eyes and I see through your brain like I see through the water that runs down my drain. You fasten all the triggers for the others to fire, then you sit back and watch when the death count gets higher. You hide in your mansion while the continued on the next site. Thank you. That was great. Well, my service is to constantly keep this dialogue going and keep discussing the political situation, Saffron Rice. You know, Leonid, the best way to pick up a plus-size woman is to be a thin guy. Yeah, that's your best move. Unless, of course, you're looking for a woman who's also plus-size that you can kind of sit next to each other and feel each other's fat next to each other. That was not me, Rum Bubba. Don't ever misquote me. That's a bannable offense. I'm going to mute you, though. Yeah, see, heavy women like thin guys. It's a common... There is no impeachment, Akira. You didn't get the memo. The Democrats have no balls. Yeah. They've got Nancy Pelosi. I've been with a woman who was plus size, I would say. She was very, very big. It was a weird kind of thing. I was a newbie on the internet, and I hadn't really been with a woman in about 8 years. Yeah. And it was weird. It was just like, hi. And she, first time I met her, she was, it was awkward. And she had really a lot of makeup on, and you could tell she was overweight. Anyway, yeah, it gets weird in bed because if they roll over on you, it starts to press, you lose oxygen, and you just, I can't breathe, and that kind of thing. No, I was purposely celibate for a long time. I was a PC, purposely celibate, not involuntarily incel. No, I was a purposely celibate. Yeah, Purcell. I was a Purcell. Very, very purposefully celibate, trying to avoid things like, well, little things like AIDS.
And there, when the books of life are open, those people in hell, their books was never washed in the blood of the Lamb. And that's what it's all about. We have a book of our life in heaven that right now, if you're not born again and you're not saved, what happens? They keep recording your bad deeds.
Okay, so somebody's taking a note. So you're purposely celibate eternally? Well, it's kind of like MGTOW, but you know that you could find a woman because there's plenty of, whatever going on at a dance hall kind of thing. And then you realize that it doesn't take a lot to get to know a woman. Let me give you guys who are incel a little tip, okay? No, a big tip. Anyway, let's talk about what the best thing to do is when you meet a woman. Okay. Number one is their hand is very important. Yeah, I'm going to give you a big tip. If you grab a woman's hand and shake her hand, it's best to grab it with both hands. And just like, thank you so much. Not like, you really want her. So you're like, thank you, it's really good to meet you. Not like, yeah, you smell weird. That would be weird. So you'd want to avoid that. But just kind of like a really good embrace. And then if you really want to, any type of other contact that's safe is like shoulders. Yeah, so you have to loosen up a person in order to make them comfortable with you, even though you're a slob and fat and ugly. They won't mind as long as you're touching them in a way that is appropriate. Hands are okay. Hugs, no. Not if like they reach down. Is that a wrench in your pocket? No, I'm just prematurely excited to be with you. That's kind of a turnoff for a lot of people. Yeah, you don't want to do that on the first date. But just maybe a really good embrace, something to loosen up the moment of meeting someone. Ronald Reagan, United States Army Reserve, United States Army Air Force. Exactly. Donald Trump, United States Corps of Draft Dodgers and extended use podiatry, multiple serviced bone spur victim. Wants to start a war with Iran. Oh, I'm going to do this to Iran. I've never fought a war before, but I'm going to send 1,000 troops over to look tough because I have well, you won't see my sex selfie because I made a deal with Vladimir Putin not to release it, but I have a very, very nice, unit. Yeah, I know. Well, that's the point. You don't want to... First of all, if you don't agree to taking a shower, that's the truth. Then don't even bother getting in bed. Seriously. Just to agree to take showers before you even, reach that point of romance. Because a lot of you have physical tics. Your olfactory glands are on acid or steroids or something. And some of you are smelling each other, which is a big mistake. Women will wear perfume, cologne. I mean, there's a cologne out by, believe it or not, Lady Gaga has a cologne made from her own blood and I guess some semen. But she doesn't have semen, so. I know, isn't that weird? I was really shocked. Lady Gaga, the Femme Fluide Eau de Parfum. You might as well call this Eau de Blood and Semen, or Eau de Toilet or something. Lady Gaga, here it is on Amazon. It's for sale, apparently. Yeah, she claimed that it has some of her own blood in it. I mean, that's just too weird. I wonder what the answered questions are. Do the ingredients include blood and semen, as was posted in one of the reviews? No, that would, for one, be wrong. It's against health codes. Okay, so it says no, it does no blood and semen in it. Does it stain clothing? No, but you shouldn't spray your clothing. Okay, good questions. Is it the original perfume? Yes, it is. So apparently, she just kind of was kidding when she said there was her own blood in it. Yeah, because it's illegal to sell your own blood in perfume form. Hey, let's talk about something more important because this is a little bit boring. Oh, I love songs for the end of the show. Let's take a look. Thanks, Add the One. Women, Florida-Georgia line. Okay, might as well, yeah. Okay, I'll check it out. Thanks. It's got a little reggae going. Okay, so maybe there are no answers to the questions. Maybe we should do a blood test to see if the perfume has blood in it. I wonder if she is part Cherokee Indian. We should check the perfume for that. That's good coffee. Brazilian, ethically roasted. I don't go to doctors, Linda. I'm a paragon of physical strength and stamina. My body is almost built like a machine. Well, technically I am like a machine. I would not need a doctor, if that's what you mean. I am designed to last over 500 years. No, I drink expensive coffee that's got compostable lids in it. I paid $30 for 100 little K-cups from a Brazilian harvesting company called San Francisco Roasting Company. Hey, I saw something really interesting. This guy I met today at a restaurant has a tiger cat. And I was going, whoa. And apparently these things are expensive. And he was talking about how expensive his tiger cat was. I mean, we're talking thousands of dollars. I'm like, whoa, really? There's a tiger cat. Isn't that cool? No, I'm not quite in the 38s yet. I'm not doing a lot of crunches or heavy lifts. Right now I'm focusing on overall body stamina. David Potts, Super Saver. latest tweets is so ignorant and offensive, even the Auschwitz Memorial corrects her and her supporters. Alexandria whatever her name is, Ocasio-Cortez, is just an absolute airhead. And people don't even understand how she became a congresswoman. Well, she didn't even have to run. She filled out a form in a contest. You know who did that? Richard Nixon. My fellow Americans, I am not a crook. He had no personality. All he did was fill out a request in the newspaper for why would you want to be, thank you. Yeah, why would you want to be a politician? And he said, well, I'll do whatever it takes. And he pretty much sucked up to the entire status quo. And I'll do whatever it takes. My mother called me a dog. That's what his mother called him. He wrote a letter saying, your faithful dog, Richard. Or Dick. I'm not sure if she meant Dick or Richard. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, when Richard Nixon was talking to Henry Kissinger and asking him, Henry, I don't know, should I bomb the Cambodians? It's really a new world order, Mr. President. I think it's important to show a certain amount of commitment to the hegemonic control of the region. But Henry, I mean, there's 100,000 people. We just did the Tet Offensive, and that was a failure. Mr. President, I think it's essential to prove that you are a really very big guy. But I'm only 5'9". I'm only 5'7", Mr. President, but I still think you're a big guy. Thank you, Henry. Now can we light up the joint and smoke a doobie? Okay, let's talk about politics today, shall we? Alexandria Cortez's latest tweet is so ignorant and offensive, even the Auschwitz Memorial corrects her. As reported earlier by Joseph Curl, Democratic Representative Alexandria Cortez, the 29-year-old former bartender turned member of Congress, on Monday said President Trump has established concentration camps on the southern border. Well, he has. I mean, how is that offensive? Wait a second. This administration has established concentration camps on the southern border of the United States for immigrants where they are being brutalized with dehumanizing conditions and dying. This is not hyperbole. It's the conclusion of expert analysis, she wrote on Twitter. Yes. This administration has established concentration camps on the southern border, yeah. Okay, I don't see anything wrong with her tweet. In fact, I kind of like it. If you spend a few minutes learning some actual history, you'll find out that concentration camps are different from death camps and have a history that both... Oh my God! My God, what a... You know, I'm beginning to like her. Now things are really starting to tip my way. Yeah, I mean, I actually agreed with her. Did you read that article we had? It's phenomenal. Let me show it to you. This woman, Elizabeth McLaughlin, and yes, she does seem like a very enlightened woman, and I do like her picture. Yeah, she's got 77,000 followers, which is not bad. She wrote a scathing review of the immigration problem from a friend who was volunteering down there. I'm not going to read it because I read the whole thing last night, but if you want to read something, it'll blow your mind. Ocasio-Cortez is actually correct. There are concentration camps at the border. It's a transsexual. His name is Elizabeth. How do you know she is a... I don't know. She looks like a female. Could be a male. But does it really matter? And why are you deflecting from the fact that she wrote a great article? And I was right in the middle of reading it. Wow. It's unbelievable. Her friend had all kinds of visits. Her friend saw a CBP agent take a baby from her teenage mother, strip the baby of its clothes, hand the baby back to the mother, and send them outside to the dog pound to sleep in the dirt. No, Ocasio's right. I'm going to agree with her on that. Yeah. I never thought I'd be at the point where I cannot stand the fact that Donald Trump has done nothing with the 4,500 kids that are displaced right now. There should have been a task force to find their parents. Now I understand that he's moving things to a military stage, and they're taking them into a military facility so that they can't have any access or oversight. What Ocasio said was not in any way inaccurate. What we're seeing at the southern border right now is, in fact, concentration camps type death camps being constructed. And yes, people are dying, believe it or not. She is right. That's right. Everything about what's going on at the southern border. I guess I'll have to read this to you guys. CBP is keeping human beings in the freezer, it's 55 degrees there, for weeks at a time, including critically ill people, disabled people, sick children, teenage mothers with babies. The floor of the freezer is made of dirt and very rough concrete. There are no beds. No beds. No, there are people that are really suffering right now because you Republicans have no conscience whatsoever. From the freezer, refugees are supposed to be moved to the ICE facilities that are designed for residential care. They have beds, food, and bathrooms, but they're not. ICE is shutting them down. Right, what our government's doing instead is moving refugees to military installations. These concentration camps, let's call them what they are, will be under the control of the DHS and the Department of Defense. Yeah. The military will be able to deny access to anyone it chooses. No media, no oversight. Lawyers will not be allowed in. Human rights monitors will not be allowed in. The Trump administration will be able to conduct itself in whatever way it wants to without anyone knowing what's going on inside. Think about what that means. Think about why they would want that. This is happening right now. Dude, just start to grow a little bit of sensitivity for what other people are going through. I don't care if they're illegals, they're human beings. All right, yes, they are. They're human beings. The horror of it all. The horror. No, seriously, we are dealing with very much a concentration camp style down there. I was getting my my riot gear here. So I got this in case I have to blend in with a local police force. Not that I'd want to impersonate a cop, because this is not technically impersonating a cop. But David, we're so racist. Why are they coming here? Let's not question why they're coming here. I'm talking about why they're being mistreated. Okay, different subject. They're not a terrorist. They're just people looking for a better life. Get a grip. Yes, sir. Yeah, we got a staged event going on over here, sir. Yeah. See how much I look like a regular guy at the crisis unit? Hey, yeah. Come over here. I'm not impersonating a cop. Don't get me wrong. But don't I look more like an official person with this hat on? All right, whatever. You do whatever you have to survive, man. That's what I'm just trying to tell you that this is not good. We're looking at the same thing happening again that happened under Adolf Hitler. Good job. We don't have full consciousness of this, David, because a lot of us would not handle it well mentally. So in other words, you're saying that you can't identify with what's happening in this tweet because you don't know how it would feel to be treated like a dog? Hey, Frankie, welcome. Isn't that a great hat, Rex? Got it for $15 at the thrift store. Leonid Brezhnev had to perform gigolo operations, meaning he was doing a little Larry Sinclair just to make rent this week. Wow. Thanks for sharing, Leonid. Leonid. Hey, would you like to be interested in having a talk with a big Twitch live streamer, Destiny, a social democrat on Discord? Wow. I don't know. It sounds a little bit intimidating. Are you sure you're not trying to set me up with some, like, cam girl? Yeah, I don't do those conversations, no. How many illegals have I taken to my house? You know, I don't ask any of the people that come into my house if they're illegal or not, so I don't know. Can we play Larry Sinclair? You betcha. You want the part where he was allegedly covering up for Donald Young? where Donald Young called him.
First of all, given that you've got this record in the past of taking so many drugs yourself, why do you care whether he's taken it? And secondly,
Whoever did this is going to pay. They're going to.
he seems like quite an interesting person. Spent a couple of days with. Between the fellatio and the drug taking, what did you talk about?
I'm sorry?
Between the fellatio and the drug taking, and what did you chat about?
Actually, pretty much nothing, other than the fact of what I was doing for a living, what I was doing in Chicago. Like I said, the entire conversations that we had were pretty basic and casual. His comments as far as what he did for a living, he never once acknowledged being a politician. In fact, he specifically stated he was in public service. You know, with my view, public service can mean just about anything. What was the other part of the question?
Why do you care so much whether you
Why do I care?
Good night, everyone.
Okay, I was just, the helmet will be a bit more protective. What do you have, Frankie? The Fahrenheit 451 helmet. Yeah, there you go. No, Trump can't possibly win in 2020. It would take the most incompetent Democrat to go up against him. Biden, they said, is going to win if he's put up against Trump. The recent pollsters just said Biden's a win against Trump. People are fed up with Trump, and you Republicans don't have a mind for that. Yeah. Anyway, I think she was right, and I want to tell everybody that in this case, Ocasio is trying to raise the bar of concern for these poor immigrants. Folks, if you think that Trump is treating these people fairly, then why don't you go down there and, give him a pat on the back? I mean, seriously. We're getting all kinds of reports of lost children, 4,500 lost children. How can you people even sleep at night when kids are going, Mama, Papa, no aquí, oh, no bueno. I mean, it's serious. Yeah, it's just... you wouldn't want to be a displaced child. What if I asked you, how would you like to be an aborted fetus? Would you even have an answer to that? No. You can't even imagine it. Rex would know, huh, Rex? You've been around people that were cokers? I've never been around cokers because whenever I talk to people who are on cocaine, I tell them, I don't do drugs. And then they don't hang around me. You don't know how you sleep at night sometimes, switch between unconscious about things, about how I get through the hell of mental torture of knowing that people are suffering. Wow, Anita, you're suffering enough to take on the suffering of others. That's a little overwhelming. Seriously, Anita, not many people go through what you go through. Seriously. Yeah, Akira's right. We're talking about stolen and kidnapped children. And if we're taking the subject lightly, we're not taking it appropriately. We're just ignoring some of the most horrific things happening. Hey, I got that video from Scissor Fight from Madison Star Moon and the Chemical Sprayers compilation. She's a woman who takes seriousness when it comes to 34 minutes of talking about how she's confronting the chemicals that are being dumped on our heads every day. And I have a lot of respect for Madison Star Moon. I think she's doing a great job.
Pay big.
So we'll take a look at her videos tonight. That'll be fun. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Well, all of us were fetuses at one time. So you can kind of relate to it, even though you don't have prenatal memories like I do. You can't really understand what it's like to be a fetus. I remember what it was like to be a fetus. I know that sounds strange, but there's really technically no reason why I wouldn't. My brain was forming. I have memory and cognitive understanding of my brain. When you're born with that type of knowledge, it's kind of heavy. I don't know what to do with it. I asked other people, do you have prenatal memories? No, nobody has prenatal memories. Why do I have prenatal memories? So these are all big questions that, you know, philosophically, you do? You have prenatal memories? Wow, there you go. Anita and I share that. Well, the point I'm making is not many of you can relate to what's happening. And when the pro-lifers are saying, you people are aborting fetuses, I agree with it that Planned Parenthood shouldn't be selling baby body parts. But I also don't think that we should tell a woman, we will decide whether it's appropriate for you to do this or not. We are God, and we're going to tell you it's a sin and that you will be going to hell and suffering prison sentence for having aborted your fetus. I don't play God. That's what gets me about the religious right. They want to play God. Don't they realize how wrong that is? No, I don't enjoy admitting when I'm wrong, but who does? I am wrong sometimes, yeah. You remember the smell and the tightness of your mom's womb and the stench, and you didn't like the smell. That's the most poignant statement I've ever heard in a chat room, Anita. Thank you. Women are responsible. Believe me, there are more women working than men right now. Women are holding up our society, in case you didn't know. So the administration is already committing atrocities at these facilities. Border Patrol agents, the facility where my friend was working, refer to these human beings as bodies, not people, bodies. They're denying medicine, toilets, beds, food, shelter, and clothes to these people. And you people are like, well, they're illegals, they deserve it. I mean, gosh. Grow a conscience. Dave, I won't kiss ass to be in a relationship ever. You're never going to be in a relationship. Sorry to say. Jeez. You just don't know what's going on, man. Every relationship is full of compromise. You want it all your way or the highway. You're inflexible and you're just not going to be able to find anyone who's going to abide by your rules. You'll be seen as an abuser and you'll probably be, charged with physical abuse to a woman the way you act. Okay, well, we know that Alex Jones had on his electronic files child pornography that were in his emails, right? And the people that are suing him for defamation have found that he didn't even screen all his dumped files for whatever he was sending these people. He apparently didn't even know, or did he? I don't know. I'm not here to speak for Alex Jones. If I did, I'd sound more like, "You're not going to believe this. Somebody found porn on Alex Jones' hard drive, and it's kiddie porn." Now, a lot of you people are wondering exactly what's going on. Hey, that's not popping up. That means that a lot of people are hitting on that site. I'll wait till that pops up before I show it to you. Rex, you can only eat and type in one particular way. You have to pick your typing hand and your eating hand. Of course I don't want open borders. I like stuff. I'm the guy who came up with a 1,000-mile fence, and now I want to build a container wall. Did you not get the memo? Yeah. I'm the guy who wants to build a container wall. And the original idea came for me to build a 1,000-mile fence. I'm the guy who measured the distance in 2008. So I'm the one who came up with the original idea. So yeah, I definitely want a fence, and it should have been built by now. Please don't refer to sex as banging. That's just so derogatory and objectified. Okay, Anita, thank you. Add the One said, Trump is making this country so scary, and since I'm in a wheelchair, he scares me a lot. I don't blame you, Add the One. Your life depends on that check that you get to cover your basic needs for disability. People have no idea how much suffering is going on in this society with people who are wheelchair bound. And it's ridiculous to have to pull the rug out from under your safety net. And that's your safety net, your check. Well, thank you. Mr. Bill says the Texas State Board of Education voted Friday to reject a request to open a chain of charter schools run by the Fethullah terrorist organization. This is like the Gulen schools. I wouldn't doubt they're affiliated. Yeah. We've talked about the Gulen schools. They're connected. It's weird. Betsy DeVos has this charter school fixation. And she's been focusing on building charter schools across the country, and she actually supports the Gulen schools. Now, that's the problem. Why would she support the Gulen schools, which are known to be breeding grounds for terrorist activity in madrasas? Well, the little thing that we don't know in this configuration is that her youngest brother, Eric Prince, runs formerly Blackwater, now Academy, I believe. He keeps changing the names because he doesn't want to be associated with all the killing that his group of mercenaries have done. Anyway, think about it. Betsy DeVos supports the charter schools. The Gulen schools and other agencies are trying to get money. Texas State Board of Education said no, thankfully. That's good. And they're breeding terrorists. And Eric Prince needs money to fight terrorists. So, okay, answer. Problem, answer. Problem, terrorists are being bred in America. Answer, Eric Prince and the mercenaries. Use them against the terrorists. So we're breeding a situation that will require more and more military development, which fuels the police state. Okay, thank you. Okay, apparently Angela Merkel is not doing well right now. What? Oh, there's a mysterious video going on in Colorado Springs. Hang on. This is weird. Colorado Springs, we got a video of some strange, weird creature. Whoa. That is weird. Now, is that a child? An anthropod? What the hell is that? Yeah, that's really strange. The cadence and the chicken-like activity in walking, and it doesn't appear that they're wearing any underwear. Yet they don't have a... Yeah, that's just so weird. There's no clothing there. And there doesn't seem to be a butt. No butt crack. Missed it by that much. The old tricky butt crack maneuver. Check that out. Yeah, that's weird, man. Thank you. Colorado Springs is definitely not going to hang out there anytime soon. Okay. So this is the best news we've heard all night long. Watchdogs have sued Trump over missing notes from the Putin meeting. Trump literally had 7.5 hours with Putin and not one single note was taken except in the early stages, in which Pompeo purposely grabbed the notes from the note taker and said, no, we're getting rid of those. So if that isn't hiding and concealing some serious communication between Trump and his handler, Vladimir Putin.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. President Putin and I have been discussing various things, and I think it's going very well. We've had some very, very good talks. We're going to have a talk now, and obviously that will continue. But we look forward to a lot of very positive things happening for.
Oh yeah, they had a great conversation, except we don't know what the hell they talked about. Okay, let's say that we want the wall a little higher and build our wall 2 containers tall, putting it at 343,200 and times 40 containers. Are you crunching the numbers? I can build 3 containers, but it will take literally all the $1 billion. Yes. Because 2 containers high, if I charge $2,000 per container, it costs $528 million. Hey, look at this little statistic. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill brought us. This is unbelievable. Talk about government waste. Jeez. Tomorrow's Wasteful Wednesday, so we'll talk about that tomorrow, but yeah. IRS sent $46 million in refunds to 223,000 people, unauthorized aliens at one Atlanta address. Oh my God. This has got to be the most incompetent government in the entire history of governments, what we have today. Can you believe this? Okay. Is that John McAfee? John McAfee? Super Saver? All right, we'll get to that in a second. The Internal Revenue Service sent 23,994 tax returns to this one address. I mean, you'd think this is an error that would be noticed in the first couple of mailings, not 23,000 mailings before they realize they're sending it to the same address. This was not the only Atlanta address theoretically used by thousands of unauthorized alien workers receiving millions in federal tax refunds in 2011. In fact, according to the TIGTA audit report, yes, published last year, 4 of the top 10 addresses to which the IRS sent thousands of tax refunds to unauthorized aliens were in Atlanta. I mean, we've got people at the IRS that need to be fired because this would be something they would pick up just doing an analysis of the addresses. And if and technically a coder could write a simple program saying if a person gets more than three checks, IRS refund checks to the same address, red flag them. Oh, you think they would have written that into a program, right? No, the government never really bothered to do that. Okay, let's take a look at John McAfee making a statement. The CIA tries to silence me, he says. I escape. One of my many body doubles disappears in the way to do a keynote as me. He wakes up 11 days later with no memory. Hospital says he was poisoned. Wake up, America. They want to get rid of John McAfee now, according to him. Let's listen to him.
John McAfee here. I have been drinking heavily, which you may also have done had you been in my shoes. At J Pizzle 88, one of my body doubles, one of my many body doubles, disappeared 11 days ago. He reappeared today in the hospital with no recollection of what had happened to him. The hospital can only say that he was poisoned by an unknown substance.
Wow.
Please, people, will you wake up?
Thank you. Okay, John.
Please see what is happening here.
I can see what's going on.
The CIA unsuccessfully tried to raid my boat in the Bahamas with the help of the Bahamian military. Unsuccessfully. I am here in Havana. Jay is still in the hospital. Please see what is going on. I don't know how to make it any more plain to you. Jay Pizzle 88 at J Pizzle, Pizzle 88. One of my body doubles disappears the day that he is to meet the Blockchain Cruise, one of the largest conferences in the cryptocurrency world. He disappears. I have no one to represent me. I send a pre-recorded video, which gets rave reviews. So I was not silenced, in spite of his disappearance. 11 days later, he wakes up in the fucking hospital.
Thanks, John. John McAfee, everybody. I don't hold any hard feelings about his group of people hacking into our show. But I think that's probably they're very worried about me being successful and him not. But yeah, it sounds to me like this guy has dropped from 100 million in net worth down to 4 million, which means he could barely afford a plane flight out of there. I don't know what's going on with him financially. It's none of my business, but if he was paying people to be his body doubles, he spent a lot of money, and we know now that this guy was drugged. His body double was drugged, and that means that they were going after him. That's really wild. Okay, this story just came in from Super Saver. IRS admits it encourages illegals to steal Social Security numbers for taxes. This isn't exactly the kind of story the IRS wants buzzing around at the tax time. The IRS and Justice Department normally wants scared straight stories just before tax day. Ideally, when an indictment or conviction for tax evasion hits the news, it makes you think twice. Somehow you think just a bit more about all these deductions, or if you really reported all your income before you sign your return under penalties of perjury. Instead, we have the top dog at the IRS commissioner himself, admitting that, well, there's a problem with illegal immigrants and taxes. In fact, the top IRS official this time wasn't talking about how the IRS wipes some hard drives or can't find emails. He wasn't even asking for a bigger budget to give bonuses to IRS employees. This time he was talking about illegal immigrants and about the IRS turning a blind eye. Or maybe worse, the IRS actually wants illegal immigrants to illegally use Social Security numbers, he suggested. Wow. John Koskinen made a surprising statement in response to a question from Senator Dan Coates, Republican from Indiana, at a Senate Finance Committee meeting. The question was a touchy one. Gee, is the IRS collaborating with taxpayers who file tax returns using fraudulent information? It wasn't put exactly that way, according to Senator Coates. What we learned is that the IRS continues to process tax returns with false W-2 information and issues refunds as if they were routine tax returns, and say that's not really our job. We also learned the IRS ignores notifications from the Social Security Administration that a name does not match a Social Security number. And you use your own system to determine whether a number is valid. He was asked to explain this. He suggested as long as the information is being used only to fraudulently obtain jobs, the IRS was okay with it. So giving a fake Social Security number to get a job fraudulently, IRS is okay with that. In fact, the IRS actually had an interest in helping the illegal immigrants to crook these rules. In fairness, perhaps it's just that's not my department response that abounds big government. Perhaps this just isn't the IRS's problem, but it sure seems odd to have any agency chief encouraging illegal immigrants' theft of Social Security numbers. Wow. We have got some very incompetent people in our government, people. This is ridiculous. I mean, we've got the most incompetent people on earth, it seems. It makes a lot of sense to use containers, doesn't it? Well, the number of containers 3 high would be 343,000. 2 high, it's more like 252 or 228, something like that. Midnight at the Oasis. Sunstar. Thank you.
How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
Okay. That was from the debates. Donald Trump was on a roll. Well, that's shocking, but not really, considering I think the government is completely incompetent. So this doesn't surprise me. That's why a lot of people think less government would be better. I'm reverting back to the 10% tax on 50,000 or more, and I think that would be very beneficial for our country.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything, we're falling like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything, we're falling like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so what I'm proposing is a simple plan to actually get 10% of your income after you make $50,000. Now, this may seem like a simple plan. It wouldn't really, amount to a lot of money. Most rich people only pay about 5% because they use tax deduction and tax credits to avoid paying taxes. They also pay a hefty amount to their tax attorneys, which they have to incur as well, which is a hidden cost. Well, tax accountants and tax attorneys are expensive. Rich people would avoid all of that, and we would get 10% on all their income over $50,000. That's a lot of money, especially if it's coming from corporations like Amazon. Amazon made $13 billion last year, something like that. $1.3 billion would go to the American government. That would be helpful. But we didn't get any taxes from Amazon right now. They're not paying any taxes. ExxonMobil doesn't pay any taxes. We'd get a lot more money from those guys. And this opportunity would be a great opportunity for foreigners to invest in our country because they could get $50,000 tax-free income off of their earnings. I mean, who wouldn't want to do that? But the catch is that it covers everybody, including churches and nonprofits. Now, if we could get 10% from every branch of the United Way, that's a lot of money. Seriously, they bring in a lot of money. And they pay it mostly to their wages and salaries, but we could bring in that as 10% would be great. United Methodists. Every church would have to pay 10% over their $50,000 in donation revenue. Same with the Catholic Church. There's a lot of money there. I could run a church on $50,000 a year. So if you want to say, well, you shouldn't be taxing churches, well, we won't for the first $50,000. That's my goal. Take care. Good night. Sleep well, Sunstar. Hey, and I'm a little bit past my show ending time, but I do want to tell you that 9/11 truth issue has been brought up recently. And Donald Trump, the alt-right is running a story about Donald Trump talking about explosions in 9/11. Donald Trump made that statement about 7 years ago. Yeah, he hasn't made any statements about 9/11 since. So people who are in the alt-right saying, oh, Donald Trump is fighting the deep state and he's going to go ahead and reveal the truth about 9/11. No, he's not doing anything. At one point he said it sounded like something had exploded in the World Trade Center. That's all he's ever said. He's never said he's going to pursue an open investigation like I have. He's never gone out of his way to say he's going to, reveal the truth about the cover-up. He's never even used the words cover-up or inside job. So don't let the alt-right fool you. Yeah. No, I'm not going to be open. No, the Costco hot dog stand is sending a bad message. I see so many people eating those beef hot dogs for $1.50 with a big, huge container of soda full of GMO corn syrup. That's a bad message. We don't want people to get sick and die. Get sick and die for only $1.50. So they took down the John McAfee video? You can't find it anywhere? Well, here it is right now. Are you saying if you click on this, it won't even load? Try clicking on that and see if it'll load. And you can't buy hot dogs in New York now. I know you're a human garbage can, but I don't want you to die from eating all these nitrate hot dogs. Seriously, you got to value the fact that some things are not that good for you. But I wouldn't ban hot dogs in New York. That's crazy. I'd go to New York for a hot dog and say, wow, I've been to New York. I had a hot dog. I had a hot dog. Yeah, with a lot of relish and mustard. Yeah. So if that doesn't click through and they just pull it off, and I've got the last copy of it. Seriously.
Hello again.
I should make a copy of it. Of course, I just did in the video. Well, we had a rough start today. We had a downtime on Vaughn because of serious technical problems. Mark never really resolved it, but he did make this tweet. He said, people have been trying to say I should hate David Sponheim for saying Russia pays me to censor him on Vaughn Live. I think David is a great and entertaining guy. You can't take things too serious on the internet. Check him out. Yeah. Notice how he didn't deny that he was getting paid by Russia to censor me? Isn't that interesting? Yeah. No denial there. Very interesting. Whew. UFOs, they're in the sea. Okay, there's a lot of talk about UFOs that are coming out of the water. And we've had a lot of sightings in our area. Yeah, not something you could just ignore. Wow, we've got people over at 2 people at Periscope. Hey guys, welcome. BG 1977, nice to meet you. And Cool Rock, welcome if you guys are still over there. We've got 5 people watching us on the Cool Rock chat over at at the Cool Rock Party at Twitch. Thank you guys. This is live. Do you want to help us censor and make good cash? Wow. A trip to Mars. Good evening. Well, you know, this is an ongoing thing. As long as they keep me up on Cool Rock Party, I'll be playing at the Twitch channel. So if there's a problem with bandwidth when I'm traveling this summer, I may not be broadcasting over here, but we're always available at coolrock.com if you want to watch our show. Now, after the show ends, you can watch us at coolrock.com for videos all the way to 2 in the morning. Okay? Yeah. So if you want to catch us over there, we've got an iBlog show running on Flash that plays the videos. Thank you. We don't want to take up the bandwidth at Twitch playing movies, especially if there's copyright issues. Have you seen the car that Mark has on his website? Look at this. Yeah. What kind of car is that? Looks like an expensive car. Is that a Tesla? Yeah, very expensive. Good evening and welcome, and thank you for coming to the show, but I've got to leave. So Mark owes you money for threatening my life? Wow. Now, Super Saver said he made $4 million from Mark. Is that correct? That's okay. You can hang out anytime you want. You can pop in anytime you want, Psycho Behavior. So Super Saver Dave threatened my life, and then he made $4 million. It was not threatening you, but he did make $4 million. Okay, well, I don't know what you did, but you did. Somebody named Super Saver came in and said he was going to slash my throat 24 times. We have recorded. Gut me like a fish. That's a quote. All right, let's take a look at this final parting moment where we see UFOs coming out of the ocean. I've been wanting to see something like this. They say it happens in my area quite a bit. Well, apologies don't cut it. Like I said, you know, there's only one place that you're heading toward, because going against somebody with my caliber and goodness is like just standing and, well, let's just say desecrating an idol or something. Yeah, it's just something improper about what you've done. I can't forgive you for it. So maybe you can forgive yourself. Maybe you want to go to hell. All right, here it is.
They're being surrounded by friggin' UFOs or the Coast Guard. 510 Sanders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 lights we see there. They've been coming on, they were 7 lights. Wow. Oh, this is a big help.
Wow. Holy moly.
They're keeping pace with us.
Well, I'm pretty convinced that those are pretty amazing orbs that are floating above the...
As of this moment.
Floating above the earth, yeah. All right, I think we're going to drop out of this one for a while. Yeah, okay. Endless discussion every day. Wednesday is going to be Wasteful Wednesday. We'll keep this show going, and we'll talk about Trump's misdeeds tomorrow. Obviously, I'm going to make a copy of that John McAfee video because that looks like it could be taken off the internet. Okay, IRS admits it's... Yep, okay, I just couldn't believe the story about the IRS. I believe it, but I think we're dealing with tremendous incompetence in our government. And it's going to take somebody with a lot more intelligence than Donald Trump to ferret out the bad seeds in this government of ours. We've got like people sitting there doing nothing. The guy who's writing the code for the F-35, taking his time writing the gunnery code. They got this one guy writing the code. It's like, dude, we're like waiting for the software to work here. We've got people in government that just have permanent jobs and don't do their job. And the government doesn't have any way of overseeing it because none of our leaders have a clue as to how this is operating. And they won't even look at the contracts. Okay. Great show. Thanks, Add the One. Well, we're trying to take on the tough issues like illegal immigration and how Trump is not handling it properly and turning our country into concentration camps. I agree with Ocasio-Cortez on that note, believe it or not. I still think Trump is using Iran as a diversion from further investigation into his collusion with Russia. Everything about Trump so far, I will play that right now, True Blue. Everything about Trump so far looks to me like he's trying to avoid any suspicion. He's acting like a guilty person all the time. And he had a big rally today for re-election when he hasn't even accomplished his biggest goal. Now, I'm not going to sit back and wait and watch as my country is being destroyed. And if you are a typical Republican who supports Trump, wake up. Wake up. Our country is under the siege of a new world order, and they're seizing both parties and controlling both parties with one goal, and that is to take away your rights and ultimately kill off 90% of our population, just like Hitler did in Germany. And that's not a scare tactic. That's what I think is happening. That's what really is going down. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. That's my concern, and that's why we're building this third party to stop these bastards from taking over our country. And let's not forget, I support legal marijuana. Mention that to everybody. I will make legalization across the nation. It will happen in 2020 or 2021 if I can win in the 2020 election. If not, you'll be suffering from state to state, unable to make decisions as to whether you can carry your weed with you or not. It's a nightmare out there for a lot of people. Okay. I will say good night. Thank you. And try to get at least 6 hours sleep. It's essential. You need at least 2 REM cycles to recharge your mental battery. Okay, I'm Mr. Right saying good night. Take care.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right. Too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart starts stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. To beat, cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good.